Hey, what's up, everyone? And welcome to a brand new episode of Heliopsychosis podcast. This is your host, Vikka, guys. Welcome to the show. And yes, what an awesome show and topic we have got today. We have some of the clowns claiming that the aviation only works on a globe. So, being a maker of a flatten the curve, which involves pilots, helicopter pilots, engineers, submarine guys, right? Ships, marines, and everything these people have shared with us, and things that I have even not shared yet with the people about all this, because there's so much more to this whole concept of aviation and marines and submarines and engineering and right. I wish I could put everything in the part in the flatten the curve one, but I couldn't because there's so much stuff relating to this, right? And me myself personally also investigating and researching with so many other pilots, being it commercial jet fighters, military helicopters, and many different SR-71. I also know people contact me after flatten the curve. So the amount of discussion and resources and research have been done with aviation, all this thing is beyond these people can ever think of debunking this shit. So we have this couple of clowns trying to explain, and especially Mr. Will Duffy and with Wolfie, right? Trying to explain how it works on a globe. So we're gonna expand on that. We're gonna deep dive on that, what these clowns come up with. So yeah, get comfortable, get your popcorn, wine spliff, whatever beer makes you comfortable, and let's jump in. I've not yet received my co-host and the other guests yet, so maybe they're gonna join us in a bit. Till then, we're gonna start getting a little bit warmed up, a couple of things, and then we will jump into the breakdown. Alrighty. First, I might play this one.
Keith by the water calls himself Aloha. Florida sun burning logic, yeah, he knows it. Oceanside king with the crown of wild shells, waving his words like they're magic spells. Aloha from Florida, he screams to the shore. No curve on this earth, he questions you more. Talking to the masses, his gospel of doubt. Keith and his logic make the ocean shout. He says the world is flat and the sea never bends. Tell me your proof, I'll prove where it ends. Chasing the tides with his theories untamed. Keith's unshaken, never feels blame. Aloha from Florida, he screams to the shore. No curve on this earth, he questions you more. Talk masses, his gospel of doubt. Keith and his logic make the ocean shout. He stands on the sand, drawing lines in the grid. Truth in my footprints, see how they sit. Laughing at the gulls, they don't seem to care. He points at the sky, but the birds stay in air. Aloha's got fire, but
Wow! Shout out to Truth Seeker for making that amazing song for Aloha from Florida. Yeah, speaking of Aloha and Florida and Gene, the mechanical round. Like recently, there was a new article uh, about the Antikythera mechanism that now some of them they're claiming that it was a toy, right? What a freaking joke, right? It was a toy. The problem is that the Antikythera mechanism is supposed to be the final nail in the globe's coffin. That is the reason now they have to come up with the na'a of it could be a toy. The amount of observations and that things emit out, like the calculations and the precisions of what the luminaries are doing, these people can never even grasp, right? So now they are coming up with this new, right? They have already accepted what it is, right? Because they want to say it's a toy. You know, what is the real toy? Before I tell you guys what is the real toy, right? This Antikythera mechanism is been replicated at the minest level, at a nano level, right? By a company called Hublot. Hublot makes one of the most expensive watches in the world, right? And they had made the most miniature version of the Antikythera mechanism. Anybody can look it up. Hublot watch Antikythera mechanism version, because it's the same thing what the Antikythera mechanism does, but at a minute level. That's high-end technology, right? And how much that it cost? Only that the most cheapest version. You guys know how much it cost? It cost $275,000, right? That's not a toy. That's a scientific instrument, which is made of how the Antikythera mechanism made. So these freaking people coming up with the article about Antikythera mechanism being a toy. The toy is what you find in the toy shop, a globe on a stand, right? That's a toy. Anyway, guys, I wanted to play another song, and then we'll jump into it. A couple of things more, guys. Take it easy.
Vikka Draziv with a spark in his veins, creating realms where no rules remain. Mechanical shifts and digital streams, an endless coder of boundless dreams. He builds the mechanical realm, chasing truth in the neon light. Flatten the curve, uncover the codes, a seeker of paths where no one goes. He weaves his tale in cyberspace where secrets prevail. Digital trails that light the way, a mind so sharp it carves the gray. He builds the mechanical realm, chasing truth in the neon light. Flatten the curve, uncover the codes, a seeker of path where no one goes. Circuits hum and the future ignites. Through his lens, the unseen takes flight. A craftsman of worlds, a guide to the maze. With every step, he rewrites the way.
Wow. Shout out to Three Peter again for that awesome track. Oh yeah, the mechanical round and the flatten the curve, both based on real scientific instruments and how it works. Many lifetimes the Glovers have to take to even think of debunking this. So, yes, and before we continue, guys, there's a link on the top right up there. Shout out to everybody in the chat there, Tron. If you want to jump in, the link is right up there. You can come in the stream, and for sure, we would love to have you here if you're around. And anybody else in the chat, anybody wants to come and add into the conversation is absolutely welcome. And yes, one of the last things, again, I wanted to play before we get into this. People. One more. Alrighty.
Reason why all the ancients used to wear copper. First of all, before I tell you, you must understand the meridians of the human body. So your body has these meridian lines. It's basically how electrical energy flows through the body through these lines and gives energy to these specific organs and places within your body. Now copper, the atoms of copper vibrate very highly and they give off a lot of etheric energy. So by wearing copper around these meridian lines enhances the flow of energy within your body. Okay, so let's say you have a joint pain in your wrist, you'd wear a copper, bracelet, and this will enhance the energy flow and give energy to these bones and meridians, which will help rejuvenate the wrist. You can just wear them in general to increase the flow of electrical energy within your body and sync up with a higher consciousness.
Oh yeah. So there's the coffee page if anybody wants to get one. This amazing magical copper combination with magnets, amazing benefits. Yeah, you will feel it every day. I do feel it. Even though being about 50, and looking less, and but the thing is you feel like you are 25 and you want to pick up things and do things and you get those cramps and everything. It's crazy. Yeah, with these things, it's like you are totally like, wow, it's amazing. And so many other benefits too. Like some people are even claiming to um, getting their gray hair back to the normal color because they believe that the deficiency of copper in the blood is what makes that. So there's so many other things. So I want to say thank you to everyone who is supporting that. You guys, if you want to get one, a magical one, the link is right there, right? And also you have Gene's link there for anybody wants to get a frame or the moon painting he does. If you guys want to support us, and yes, let's get into these people and what are they up to with this whole aviation thing, right? So here we have, before we
This is
get
super
that,
exciting.
this is for research and educational purposes only and for criticism purpose only, because if these people are putting out things so that the people can speak about it, so that is one of the reason. So it's putting out there and let's see what these people have to say, how the globe works, how it works on a globe.
I am bringing you today a real pilot to talk about the Earth and aviation.
Look at the face of that real fake pilot. We all know from all this year, this guy pretending to be a freaking pilot, right? We are lucky if this guy is really even an RC pilot, right? Just having that in the background. And with Mr. Con Artist we have got here, right? That wasn't enough that we had already debunked his TFE shit. So he wants to climb onto different things, right? Getting into aviation. Oh, yeah.
And everything associated with it. Now, for those of you that have been involved in this flat Earth versus globe debate for many years, you will know this pilot that I'm with today. This is Wolfie of the YouTube channel Wolfie 6020. Wolfie, so great to be with you today.
Fantastic, and thanks for the invitation, Will. Hello, everybody. This is Wolfie, and I'm very pleased to be with Will today to discuss aviation matters.
Awesome. Now, Wolfie, a lot of people don't know your story and how you got involved in this whole debate over the flat Earth. So let's talk about that. We have to go all the way back into the past, and I believe you were in Brazil. Tell us that story.
That's correct. And the irony of when I encountered flat earthers is that I was halfway through.
Oh yeah, Brazil, very interesting place, Brazil, because there's a really huge quantity of Brazilian who thinks flat Earth, right? So let's see where it goes with that.
A circumnavigation of the globe. We had flown from Sydney to Christchurch in New Zealand, and then across to Argentina and up to Brazil for the Olympic Games. And it was while we were sitting in Brazil for 3 weeks that I first saw flat earthers on YouTube. And probably wouldn't have given it much thought, except some of the videos were popping up were related to aviation, and everything I saw was completely wrong. So I thought, okay, this is interesting. The first video I saw was from Eric Dubay, and it was talking about the horizon always rising to eye level. Now, in the type of aircraft that I fly, we're at very high altitudes. We go up to 45,000 feet and above, and we're actually trained to identify that the horizon will be below horizontal. It's in the head-up display. It's actually in the flight manual of the aircraft that states this is due to the curvature of the Earth. So I started to think about how I can respond to that.
Yeah. So this is just a claim that it's supposed to be in the manuals, the curve of the horizon being going down, right? The altitude indicator, the ADI, its main job is to be level with the horizon, right? That's his main job and the only job.
And on the trip back from Brazil, we went to Cape Town, Africa, and then we went across to Perth and back to Sydney. And on the trip back, I made a number of videos, which are some of the first videos on my channel.
Amazing. So we're going to talk about all these issues during this interview, which I'm really excited about. But the first thing that happened when you started engaging with flat earthers on these issues and you told them that you were a pilot, what was their response?
They immediately thought I was lying. They did not believe that I was a pilot. They wanted proof that I was a pilot. And I got called a liar many, many times. The amount of times that flat earthers would say, "You're not a real pilot, you're a liar, you're an agent." It was just comical. It was like a whole new experience of how people treat you when you talk to them, and it was like complete disbelief, you know. And for me, it was very easy to prove that I was a pilot. Show footage from the aircraft, show footage of myself, you know. So it was something that came later on my channel, and there were a couple of people. Bob Nodell was one that actually accepted I was a pilot, but majority, the sort of the no-name people that were just commenting on my channel, they just did not believe it.
Yeah, this is a common theme in the flat earth community, is anything that they don't like or they can't refute, they will just say is fake.
Absolutely.
So you come in and you say, hey guys, I'm a pilot. The things that you're saying are not true. I'm speaking from a place of expertise and experience. They immediately say no.
Yeah. So he could be a pilot, right? His first main hurdle was to prove that he's a pilot, because if you're making shit up, you have to prove that you're a pilot, because there are many, many people on the internet claiming to be pilot, global pilot, fake pilot. I have been on Facebook with arguing with people who are claiming to be pilot. There are whole groups on Facebook dedicated to pilots. So the amount of things going on. So yeah, he had to prove if he was a real pilot, right? He could have just taken, because he's not really showing his face in the cockpit. You could just take anything from the web and say, I have taken this. So yeah, I'm just gonna try to put the link, Dave. One moment.
No, you can't be a real pilot. You're a fake pilot. This is so crazy. They've even called me a fake pastor.
Yes.
So this is what they do. Now, I want to cover something which I think is important to just highlight how the flat earth community as a whole acts, and that is this. There is a long history of flat earthers lying about being pilots, and you've dealt with them. Let's start with Bob Nodell. Bob Nodell was making a public claim that he was a commercial pilot, and tell me how you reacted to that.
Yeah, when I first started, I had people commenting on my channel that Bob Nodell was a commercial pilot and he disagrees with me and that he's going to tear me to shreds. You know, that was the information I was going to say, okay, come and talk to me, Bob. So Bob actually did comment on my channel, and in that comment, he mentioned that he was a commercial pilot, that he had a multi-engine rating and an instrument rating, which allows you to fly in poor weather. And what he probably didn't realise is that there is a public database where we can look up any FAA licensed pilot and you can see all their credentials. So very shortly after that, I looked him up and I realised he wasn't a commercial pilot. He was a private pilot, single engine.
Yeah, but at least he turned out to be a pilot, right? That he wasn't just saying, or he was an RC pilot, a radio controlled pilot. For sure, he don't want to believe that he's a pilot in the first place.
Aeroplane only, no instrument rating, but the important thing is his last medical was in 1978, and for a private pilot a medical is valid for 3 years. So 1978 to 1981 he probably had not flown an aeroplane since 1981.
Wow. And then the next flat earther was a flat earther who went by the name of Pilot LX.
Correct.
Let's
yeah.
talk about him.
Pilot LX was being featured on a number of flat earth channels showing footage from the cockpit of an aircraft, and I have a number of videos on my channel inviting flat earth pilots to come and talk aviation with me. He actually did show up, and it's very easy when you start using correct aircraft jargon, especially at the commercial pilot and the air transport pilot level, to pick a fraud, you know. And as soon as I started asking him questions, he was stumped. He was flustered, and within days of communicating on my channel, he basically left.
Oh yeah, I also know Pilot LX. He's the guy who runs one of the biggest group on Facebook, Flat Earth Pilots, and there are many, right? There are many. He wants to say that Pilot LX is not a pilot, but he's a pilot. But Pilot LX have given out so much footage from his cockpit than this guy, right? We were already having few pilots, if not even Pilot LX would have been in Flatten the Curve.
Hurling insults behind him, and I never saw any more about him. So for me, it's very easy to spot a fraud. You know, I've got 11,000 flying hours. I've been in aviation since I was 16 years old. I'm now 60 years old. I've been a flying instructor. I've been in police aviation. I've been in corporate aviation. I know how pilots talk.
All right. So we also had in Flatten the Curve J.R. Silva, a commercial pilot and instructor too, right? Total flat earth.
I know how they react from student pilot right up to air transport pilot, and it's so easy to spot a fraud.
Incredible. And then another flat earther you came in contact with went by the name Vertical Freedom.
Yes.
Let's talk about him.
Vertical Freedom, I first came across him on a channel called Paul on the Plane, where he, Vertical Freedom, who went by the name of Zach on that video. And he claimed that he used to fly a Gulfstream, and he flew from Brisbane direct to New York and flew over Alaska. Well, firstly, the plane doesn't have that range. And when you plot the route, it doesn't go anywhere near Alaska. And digging a little deeper, I don't want to expose the gentleman's name, but digging a little deeper, it turns out he actually was a helicopter pilot, but he has no jet experience at all. So he was lying about flying the Gulfstream, lying about the Brisbane to New York flight, but he was a helicopter pilot.
And this is important. The reason he was lying about that flight was to try to give credibility and credence to the AE map.
Correct.
Because a straight flight on that map would have gone over Alaska.
Correct, correct.
Now, the latest flat earther who lied about being a pilot was Stephen Alonso. Stephen Alonso wrote a book, something like A Pilot's Journey to Flat Earth. And
I don't know if Stephen Alonso is the same. He's the same Stephen Alonso he's speaking about, that he's a pilot. Stephen Alonso never told me that he was a pilot. I have no idea Stephen Alonso was a pilot. Did anybody else of you knew that Stephen Alonso was pilot?
And I had him on our channel, and he admitted that the book is all completely fabricated. What's crazy, though, is I've spoken to so many people who have shown me that they have personally communicated with Stephen Alonso, both in public on forums and also in private messages like on Facebook. And they've said over the years they've debated him because they were questioning whether or not he was a real pilot. And he was answering their questions, trying to convince them that he was a real pilot. So we have this history in the Flat Earth community of people lying about being pilots. And I think the only reason is because pilots know that we live on a globe.
Absolutely.
That's training is globe-based. Their flight planning is globe-based. All of it is. And so I also want to mention, too, you mentioned Paul on the...
Hey, they're just putting in word out there. It works on a globe. It can't really show anything from aviation, shows that the curve is taken in account, right? Just putting some words together that it only works on a globe, right? And fake pilots. There are many pilots who cannot speak, right? And there are many in this last couple of years. TikTok is full of people, pilots, saying the truth. Just having this clown with a background of an aeroplane doesn't make him a pilot. Look at his face. This guy, you think he can fucking fly a plane? What's up, Sam? How you doing?
Fine.
Oh, so you're freaking troll, right?
No.
Who are you? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just here to hear your opinion and join your opinion. Why are you so fearful?
Alrighty, we'll continue.
plane.
Yes.
Paul on the plane is one of the fortunate flat earthers who is no longer a flat earther.
I have heard that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, thanks in part to the final experiment. And so
Absolutely.
there's a lot of good that's happening. Let's now talk about the issues. And my goal in this is to completely refute all of the things that flat earthers say in regards to aviation by actually talking to a real pilot. Now, for the record, I tried to find a flat earth pilot to join us for this interview, and I couldn't. I even opened it up to any retired pilots, anyone who's ever flown a plane that believes the earth is flat, to give another take or another side, and I just simply cannot find one. I'm not so sure a true flat earth pilot even exists.
Yeah, these guys don't want to do their research, right? They don't are on internet to see how many flat earth pilots are coming out, right? And not only commercial, as I mentioned, commercial, military, army, jet fighters, SR-71, right? For fuck's sake, guys. Yeah. All these guys who were coming to attack flat earthers, there are a few like this. This is one, and there are a couple on TikTok, right? Who are claiming to be these globy pilots, right? But the way they represent the things, you can see they're making shit up, right?
Exists.
I totally agree with you, Will. Yeah, I've been asking for years to debate a flat Earth pilot, and they just always run away. Or very quickly during the conversation, I expose them as being complete frauds. Yeah.
So the first thing I want to cover is I hear this all the time. Flat earthers claim that pilots on a flat earth and not a globe, but I'm guessing nothing could be further from the truth.
That is completely incorrect. I can remember very clearly going to my pilot theory courses in Sydney, Australia in the 80s, and we had a globe in the classroom, and all our textbooks show the globe, the great circles, the calculations are based on spherical math for a globe Earth. Yeah, absolutely ridiculous to claim that pilots are trained.
Yeah, but he cannot forget something from the manuals that the curve is taken into account. Just because in the 80s he had those globe on his desk in his flying school, so it means the Earth is a globe, right? The documents that the NASA have is just one of the documents which shows how the aviation works on a plane, right? That's why it's called an airplane, right? And how on different axes it flies, right? The pitch, yaw, roll, bank, right? Show us something, right? Then
For a flat Earth. That has never crossed my mind or crossed my path in my 40 plus years of aviation.
So I'm guessing if we were to look in your flight manuals, in your training manuals, in your FAA documents,
Absolutely.
they're going to talk about the globe.
Absolutely. And one document I have on my channel it's an FAA order that specifically relates to how they design the instrument approaches that are used for
yo, what's up?
pilots in bad weather. And there's two basic types. There's one type which is following a beam to the ground. That is actually a straight line from the ground. But there's another one called a Barrow VNAV, which is actually following a GPS path and an altitude based on the altimeter on the aircraft. That is actually a curved path that factors in the curvature of the Earth. And I can show you the FAA document.
Alrighty. So he's speaking about the curve on the GPS, right? The animation they show you on different application, like the Google Earth, right? But when you zoom in and you see the routes and when you see the waypoints, it's all charted on a flat lines, right? So even if any application like 4Flights, which have the routes for different aircraft, aviation stuff, same like you have for the ships, pre-installed routes, same way you have them on the aviation too. So one of the application is 4Flight, right? They want to claim that if it's showing you just a line, like what it shows, like a curved line on a route on a commercial advertisement, right? So that thing he's claiming it as a curve, right? But these people don't know that when you zoom in on those applications, all the charts, all the maps are flat. There is no curve taken into account. There's no measurement which shows that there's a curve taken into account. Big shout out to my brother Ironwork for the super chat. The link is there up, guys. If you guys want to jump in, we have somebody with the name of DITRH in the studio, but I don't Dave is this troll, right? Yo, what's up, troll? What's up with you? Not saying anything, so I don't.
That specifically demonstrates this and also shows you the calculation they use and the radius of the Earth used in the calculation. So you cannot deny the fact that the FAA absolutely factors in curvature when they're.
Yeah, show us the calculations, show the formula from the manuals, and what altitude and what's going on, right? Just claiming is not gonna prove that there is a curve or you guys are accounting for the curve.
designing these approaches.
Now, I've also heard flat earthers try to claim that software training, like flight simulator software, is a flat earth, but I don't even think that's true.
Completely wrong. Even Microsoft Flight Simulator, X-Plane is another good software-based.
Yo, what's up, Ironwork? How are you doing, brother? Vlad.
Vikka, what's going on, family? How you doing, man? Hey, chat, how's everybody doing? Thanks for having me on tonight, man. Appreciate it. I see you're showing Wolfie. That's Wolfie, right? The pilot guy?
Oh yeah, the fake one. Yep.
Yeah, this guy's unreal, man. Unreal. I tell you what, these guys, they're treading on thin ice. They're really treading on thin ice, and I'll tell you why. I don't want to steal your thunder or nothing like that, but with everybody, with this whole, lately with this whole Blue Origins nonsense and all this stuff, where everything is turning out that these guys are lying, these people are starting to see the truth for what it is. So the more these guys keep playing that bullshit game, oh, it's still a curve, it's still a curve. I'm like, you're a pilot, dude. At some point, you're going to have to weigh your apples and oranges and see, hey, is it worth telling the truth? And if you want to keep telling a lie, some people have short memories, but then it's those that you have to worry about that have the long memories. They're going to remember your face. They're going to remember you lied to them. So I just caution every pilot out there that wants to push the same lie, whether they think that it's fair or it's not fair, whatever your reason is, you keep telling the lie that this place is a curve or it's a ball. People are going to remember you. They're going to remember the pilot. They may not know your name, but they're going to remember you. They're going to remember that action of you lying to them. They're not going to forget, and it's going to follow. It's a stink that follows you around. So it's, you got to ask yourself if it's worth it or not. If it's worth it, keep playing that game. Keep playing that bullshit lie. That's all I got to say.
Oh yeah, brother. Absolutely. They make shit up as they go. Right. This is the thing. It wasn't enough. That's why he had to go for more. Right, with aviation. Right, but
Right.
you think he's gonna become a how do you say, an expert or specialist about aviation just because he spoke to a fake freaking pilot?
Yeah, man. He's playing on thin ice.
Oh yeah.
Big time.
And before we continue, Nikki, what's up?
Yo, niggers! Iron Cock, how are you doing today?
I'm all right, man. I just finished slaying the shit out of your mama's pussy. What's up with you? Nah, you should have kept them on there. You should have kept them on there. I would have given them that
No,
work.
no.
That would have been fun.
No, we don't want to waste time with bullshit trolls here, right? So for sure, if people want to really want to have a conversation and say their point, is one thing. Yeah, trolling is not allowed. If you have a genuine argument about what we are freaking speaking, yes.
Yeah, they're desperate. That's a sign of desperation when you troll like that.
Oh yeah. Oh, let's see what these clowns have to say more. All right.
They're all based on a globe, and if you look at how the software is designed, it's all based on the WGS84 spheroid, which is the
Oh, Jesus.
Oh yeah. So he wants us to believe that even these flight simulators have the curve, had the curve.
Oh,
The earlier ones they didn't had. Maybe they want us started to put now. Right?
they try to make us forget, like, they weren't flying planes back in the 30s, in the 20s, and before that they weren't flying. Zeppelins have been around, or those hot air balloons. They've been around since the 1600s. Or so that's the claim, right? In Germany, they were around since then. How is it that these people were getting around if the Earth is doing all these amazing things? How? We've had some form of flight or some form of airborne discovery since, for almost 500 years now. These guys are unreal in their bullshit.
Yeah, brother. This is the thing. They want to say that the autopilot is making it, correcting it automatically. How was the plane flying before? Right? They were
Yeah,
what?
right. Because
They had to manually keep every few minutes like curving down. No.
yeah, no, mm-mm, nope, nope. Yeah, because these, and the thing is that most of these pilots, for the commercial pilots that fly above 30,000 feet, they have to, anytime you're above 30,000 feet, or I think it's like 28,000 feet, something somewhere in that neighborhood, you put your plane on autopilot. All right. Especially when you're traveling long distances, typically you have like two people, like maybe three people in the flight station. And when you have three people in the flight station, I know in the military on, bigger planes, right? You have your flight engineer, you have your 1P and your 2P, your first pilot, and then your second pilot. If you're flying at less than 30,000 feet, flying at around 27.5, you're behind the sticks. You know what I'm saying? You're at that flight station. All hands are there, right? You definitely have two people back there, and somebody is always manually flying the plane. You never put the plane on autopilot at 27.5 and below, right? So as soon as you break like 28,000 feet, 30,000 feet, you're up there. You're flying that plane with it's fly-by, almost like fly-by-wire. It's autopilot. Autopilot's been around for years now. Years. I think since the 40s or 30s, something crazy like that. But autopilot's been around for a while. But they have rules. And so a lot of these pilots, I'm not saying that they forget to fly the plane, but the plane could fly itself once it's at a certain altitude. So of course the plane is going to program. They're going to program the plane to do what it does. But these guys also still have to adhere to a flight dynamics of how to fly the plane and everything else. Which I have the PDF and I could give it to the chat, and they could have it on hand for themselves so they could see it for themselves. That every pilot has to promise. They have to promise that they're not going to fly the plane like this place is a globe. So that's two things they have to remember. This place is not a globe according to that flight dynamic, and they better fly it like it's not a globe moving and turning and curving. And they have autopilot if they're going to be doing commercial flight.
Oh yeah, brother, absolutely. Continue with that. Let's say hello to Sam. Sam, how are you?
Hey, how are you?
Sam, what's going on,
What's
Sam?
going on? It's all right.
All right,
I'm
all
all
right.
right. All right, all right. Just listening to that guy there. I don't know. You say that he's not a pilot. I don't know. Maybe he's a pilot. The thing is that he's lying. That's all that matters. He might be a pilot because he has to know some things,
Yeah.
but he's lying. He's a liar. You can see that he has like a logo with a plane on him. He has a plane in the back. It's like a stage thing. Well, we're talking here about a true pilot. Look, he's got a plane and he's got a
Yep.
shirt.
Yep.
That's a stage.
They're running out of lies, man. They're running out of space, and people ain't buying it like they used to. It's not happening. The magic ain't coming like they used to. So
Oh yeah, brother. And this is the thing. What I wanted to add is this too, right? As you were speaking about the autopilot only does what you feed into it, right? It's gonna maintain the altitude. It's gonna maintain the heading.
yes,
It's gonna maintain the speed, right? That's what it's
mm-hmm.
gonna maintain. It's not gonna automatically adjust for the curve, right?
Nope.
You can put it the vertical speed, right? These are the inputs you can put maximum inputs what a plane can do.
I have a question. I'm not expert in all that stuff, but I know that there have been hundreds of accidents with planes, like malfunctions, planes, that have been crashing and whatever. But within all these, hundreds or thousands of malfunctions and accidents, there's never been a plane that just went straight and went off the globe into space. Never heard that. It's funny. That's a
Yep.
mistake that don't make. That's
Yep. This is true.
I never heard about such mistake, such a airplane catastrophe that the plane didn't correct the curve and he went into space. You know, that's what made the
Exactly.
news.
Yep. And then they would write, and then they would you know what, you know what's funny about that, Sam? That's actually a really good point. Not even a joke, and here's why. They would, if we were adjusting for curvature, you know what they would say? Listen, this world is curved. Remember that. They would put some warning somewhere where it's written down, and you would have to follow those words to a T. And they would say, hey, so you can avoid the risk of flying off into space or flying off of the curve, you have to adjust for curvature. If it was true and if it was that important, they would put that. So you would definitely find that somewhere. But it's not true
Yes,
because it doesn't exist.
of course. These
It's
people are
simple.
like,
It's really that simple. That's the great. It's so simple. We don't even think about it as flat earthers. We don't even think about it because it's like it's self-evident that if that was the case, because especially when it comes to pieces of machinery that cost billions and billions of dollars and cost countless amounts of money, insurance, lives, and all that, right? You're going to make redundancy measures. I could tell you because in the Navy, everything is written in blood. So we can minimize all these accidents and all these mishaps and everything else like that, where if machinery is not damaged or people aren't damaged, reputations aren't damaged, people aren't getting embarrassed and stuff, right? You put everything in a redundancy measure. If this doesn't work, do that. If that doesn't work, do this. If that doesn't work, then do that. You have layer on top of layer for safety. So in this case right here, it would be the same thing. It wouldn't be any different.
well, if I had to investigate on that subject, the one of the first thing I will do, it will be to check the insurance companies' policies, towards for the planes, to see if in the categories of all the possible accidents they have, there is one of them that says that the plane that can leave the globe. The insurance
Yep.
companies will have that written somewhere, because that's the type of
Yes.
accidents they have to mention. They have all the types of
Yes.
accidents, all the type of malfunctions. For insurance, those are like talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of insurance,
Yes.
contract. So everything is like state mentioned, but I don't think that in their
Yes.
contract there is such thing mentioned as like
Yes.
a malfunction of the curvature adjuster or whatever. What the fuck?
Right. But you want to know what that would fall into is that would be a loss. It would equate to you would end up losing some kind of pressure because you go too high. And then that winds up making the people run the risk of losing some kind of cabin pressure. People could get sick. You could get all kinds of malfunctions. People will pass out, right? Because you don't have the right pressure for the atmosphere or for the altitude. So that's definitely something that you would have to have in there. And I could tell you myself as a former aviator, a lot of people, when I say I was an aviator, people think I was a pilot. I was never not once a pilot. Never attempted pilotness. Never, right? But I was an air crewman. I was an aviator. So I was always on planes. I was always flying as part of my duties in the Navy. So one of the things
That's
that
awesome, Iron brother. That's really awesome.
yep.
Can you elaborate more on that? Yeah, of not being a pilot
So
but being an aviator, right?
Well,
Go ahead.
right.
knowing that there's less and less oxygen at those levels, right? That's pretty standard knowledge. But go ahead. Good to see you all.
Yeah,
What's up, man?
RG, what's going on, man? It's good to see you, bro.
What's up,
Oh
RG?
yeah,
So
bro.
so with when you're in the cabin, right? You, depending on what it is you're doing, like me as a air crewman, right? You have different platforms that you could fly on. My specialty was on the P3 and the EP3. So basically, you had to have standard knowledge as to how the aircraft did things while in flight and on the ground, in ground emergencies in case they came up while you're on a bird, or in flight emergencies in case they came up while you're flying the plane, right? And these are basic standards of knowledge that you must have in order to be qualified to fly on that plane, which is all of which I had, right, at one time while I was in the military. What
I'm sure you know
happens
all about
is
the cabin pressure as well. Like if something came
right,
up with
right.
that, yeah.
Right. So prior to climbing in the aircraft, prior to climbing in altitude, like they pressurize the cabin, right? And one of the casualties is loss of cabin pressure, right? And so you have a couple of things in the flight station that could help you see that. It's like in EDC needles, right? EDC pressure. It'll show you. I forget what EDC stands for. I could check my NATAPs. I'm driving, so bear with me. And so
Well, I
you
think
have
the
slow
consequence would
leaks.
be your equilibrium and stuff too, right? Your
Well,
personal head
a couple of
pressure.
things.
Go
Not
ahead.
just not just that. Like you could feel sensations of numbness in your extremities, in your lips. You could feel faint. You could feel a little bit. You may feel a little bit dizzy.
Lightheaded. Yeah.
Your lips, and it's kind of like you ever played the suffocation game where your friends grab like the edge of your neck, and you ever done like combat sports where somebody put you in a chokehold and then you get knocked
Yep.
out, or you get close to
Yep.
getting knocked out, you start seeing stars. That's the same
Mhm.
sensation that you get when you get a loss of cabin pressure. Like coordination starts going and everything else. But this is based off of, they call that rapid decompression. And during times of rapid decompression, you're slowly getting a cabin pressure leak. It could be for a million different reasons. Cracked cabin glass, a busted freaking pressurizer within the plane, like a million different reasons, right? But this is stuff that they prepare you for. And as soon as you start to feel that sensation, you go on O2, right? No questions asked. They have stations at which you would grab O2. Now you have two different types of O2 on a P3. You have like you have your station's O2, right? And then you have O2. O2, when I mean O2, I mean oxygen. O2 that's built into the plane. And what I mean previous to that, by your station's O2, it's your assigned station, right? Your assigned seat where you do your job on the plane. You have your own personal oxygen dispenser, and it's a portable O2 mask, right? It's portable
Hey, at
O2.
Ironwork,
It
Vlad,
gives
I wanted to ask about just real quick while you're on the subject about you were mentioning the PSI gauge, I guess that maybe each station has. You guys got to keep a pretty close eye on that, huh? At that.
No. You don't have a PSI gauge at your station. You have EDC. You have EDC needles, right?
Okay.
I forgot. I forgot what EDC stands for. Point real quick, so I could give you guys the floor. So like understanding, basically all I'm saying, right, is that as an air crewman, as an aviator, whether you're in a helo, whatever your platform is, like you have a thorough understanding as to what the issues with pressure, right, in the plane, and what can happen if you don't have that pressure, if you can't sustain that pressure, what it feels like. And you, like I said, you have decompression rapid, but you have explosive decompression. If anybody hasn't seen that movie Goldfinger with James Bond, where that guy got sucked out, they had
Oops, you're cutting out. I think.
Yep. Yeah, I can't hear him anymore. But I know what you're
Oh
talking about.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that scene where the guy's body gets plugged in the hole
yeah,
and it stops momentarily from sucking everybody out, but then he just
yeah.
yeah.
He got pulled out. So that's an example of explosive decompression. And the onset of that, you would feel it physically immediately. And smoke. There would be condensation in the tube, in the flight station, everywhere in the plane. There would be some kind of condensation because of the immediate pressure change. Now, pressure and understanding those things is like crucial and important, because anything above 10,000 feet, you can't survive without breathing. A pressurized version of either air or O2, right? Something that simulates what you're getting from the ground, pure O2. And you can't, because your body can't do nothing with air that doesn't have the same. If the partial pressure is different at altitude, your body can't take that and do anything with it, because it can't break it down. It can't use that. Your body's not used to that kind of pressure. so that anytime you're above that out. Anyway, saying all that, let me shut the hell up, right? This guy needs to mention those things because these are the things that would come into play if you fly off the globe. If you fly off the globe and you climb in altitude, you're going to be climbing in altitude at a tremendous rate. And your plane might not be able to withstand that change in pressure because your plane isn't designed for that type of altitude. You understand what I'm saying? I'll land my plane with that.
Yeah, these people are never going to go in so much detail about what could be happening there, right? These people just claim shit
I'm talking
which
a lot.
can't be proved from any
I
angle.
hope I didn't lose y'all.
Oh yeah. So we got, before we continue, let's say hello also to Aloha from Florida.
Hey, aloha, everybody. Sorry I was
Hello,
late to the
aloha.
party today, but good to be here. I'll
Hey,
share
Keith,
some.
what's happening, man?
Hey, man, doing great. Thanks for explaining all that. I'll share some things about aviation in a few minutes. I don't know. I do not understand why Globers want to go to aviation and try to prove the globe. It destroys the globe. And
Yeah.
the fact that we have, the documentary that Vikka did, Flatten the Curve, with commercial and military pilots saying, yeah, the Earth is flat. Here's how we know. The fact that we have our friend Eddie Allen Carr and 16 emergency landings proving flat Earth. That all the flights only make sense on the flat Earth map, as do all of the undersea cables. For those of you listening in, go check out the undersea cable map on flat Earth versus the globe. And then check out all the flight paths on flat Earth versus the globe. And see that the flat Earth map makes absolute perfect sense for the flight paths and the undersea cables. And there's other things I'll share here in a few minutes. It's good to be here with you guys.
Yeah, Aloha.
Yeah, you
Absolutely,
too. And
brother.
also,
So
also,
having
the balloons, they admit to launching like 2,000 balloons up for weather purposes, but there are other attachments. It's not just a weather kind of toy, that they're playing with. They're literally keeping these things up there for extended periods of time and letting the toroidal motion of our movement of the heavens guide these things. I think they're taking them in through an orbit, but they are balloons. They admit to it, and that's a lot of information, that could be relayed in different ways. But I just wanted to mention that as well, what that meant to.
Oh yeah. And also, before we continue, guys, we also have Gene here. Gene, how are you?
Hey guys, what's up,
Gene,
Vikka? How you doing,
what's
bro?
going on, Gene?
What's up, Gene?
All
What's
right.
up, guys?
Unedited, I hope.
Gene's in the house.
Yeah, good to be here with everybody. Yeah, I had some power outages throughout the night and during the day, and my internet's been kind of wonky, but I think it's restored now. Hopefully, we'll be
Yeah, man.
here for the rest of it.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, bro.
We took a hit yesterday. I'm leaving New York right now, and I know the rain came down pretty hard yesterday.
Yeah, we got it here on Northeast Georgia as well. Some good weather. Yeah, man. Hey, I was curious. Does anyone here know, or in the chat, know where to get some industrial grade thermite? Like the ones they cut down the big thick beams inside of those big 2 towers that fell. I want to put some of that on these 5 and 6G towers and see what happens. Just me, not anybody else, and this is for entertainment purposes. So,
That's
yep.
hysterical.
Crazy, yeah.
Can
That's
you really
wild.
buy that stuff?
I don't know, but
I wouldn't know.
there's something over in Ukraine. They were showing these drones that, I don't know, it mixed it right in midair and it shot it out like somebody was pissing, but it was thermite on the tanks. And that was one of their
What?
weapons, like from a drone. Yeah. Oh yeah. And it burned up the whole damn ditch that that there was like 4 or 5 hidden tanks. And these drones were just like destroying themselves to dump thermite. I mean, it just
Oh my
pulled
God.
up on it and burnt the shit out of it. Yeah, the whole like 3 or 4 acres that they were on was just on fire. It's crazy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, somebody in the chat is giving you the formula, RG.
I saw
And yeah,
that.
so let's
Hey, let me
continue,
get a
guys.
pencil.
Let's continue what these clowns have to say, because this is crazy. Yep.
Earth. It's the same database, the same datum that we use in our aviation apps, in all the instrument approach charts, in the flight management system in the aircraft. Yeah.
Now, there seems
he very quickly said the flight systems in the aircraft, right? Which are the flight systems in the aircraft, right? Tell us which is it exactly, right? The plane have navigation systems are VOR, right? It's a frequency. What happens is every airport emits a signal in 360. It's like a spoke of a wheel, 360 lines in every direction, right? Every line is like a path. So a plane travels through this line and jumps from one VOR to other VOR, and that's how they navigate and fly.
Oh, like autonomously? Is this where we're going with it?
No, it's
Because
not honestly.
Skynet.
It has to be no. It has to be feeded in the system in the plane.
Okay.
Which VOR to follow from here to there? 2 hours. This VOR. So it's a like
Uh-huh.
compass like spokes, right? So every tower or every airport emits one. So in a route, maybe you have 4 VORs that they have to pass through, right? So you can
Okay.
intersect
Yeah.
one VOR and go to the next and continue that line, right?
And most of these towers are really high up in elevation, right? So they're not
Don't
interfered
have to
with.
be. No, don't have to be. It's just an emit of signal from where and what degree you have to follow from that signal where it's coming. It's like a lane, right? So you have to reach that signal. You can approach that signal from any 360 degree because it's emitting those signals in 360 degrees. So it becomes like a highways emitting
It does.
360 circles
Yeah.
with,
Yep. And
with spokes.
Yeah,
remember the
you know,
Battle
like
of the Beams they were doing for a while, where these lasers crossed, and that was where the plane was guided towards, where they crossed, I think it was up to like 4 football fields wide. So
RG, are you there? He got dropped.
yeah, I lost his
Aaron, you're back.
connection.
Aaron, yeah, you're muted, but yeah, you're back at least. Alrighty. I don't know what happened to RG. Got dropped again by himself. Maybe some signal
Yeah, every
problem.
once in a while that. Yeah, every once in a while that happens with RG. I was just crossing a bridge, and so that's why mine fell off.
yeah, mine fell off. I'm back though. I don't know where I cut out, but uh, at the point of where these beams cross, remember they were having talks on Globebusters and stuff about Battle of the Beams and on Flat Earth Fridays. So basically, it was like 4 to 5 football fields wide. These lanes that Vikka is speaking of, where the beams would cross, they would send out that bleep, that signal. But it was so wide, we think of a cross section like a point, but these guys could fly in the dark, just off those little crossing beams,
Yeah, brother.
as
Have you
long as
guys
it lit
seen?
up on
Yeah.
their sensor.
RG,
Yeah.
RG, this is the thing.
And this was back in the
Absolute.
40s. Yeah.
Oh
Go
yeah.
ahead.
This is what I want to mention. Have you guys seen old maps? And on the sea, they show you like a point, and they show different lines going out in every direction, right? You have many different on the sea.
Yes.
So what is those? These are same thing, but in the air, right? You travel on those
Radar
lines.
versus
These,
sonar. Yeah.
yeah, these are the lines where you travel. You follow those lines, and when those lines intersect with another VOR signal, and then you follow that line. You can fly in the night. You can fly in
Right.
bad weather. That's how the plane navigates.
Yes. Yes.
The GPS, their so-called GPS, only shows them an information on the screen, on the map, where the plane is, right? It's not showing
Hey.
it's going above the curve, or even the instrument in the front they have where they show the map. It's never going to show the curve. It's only going to show the position of the plane,
Yep.
And
right?
just to segue on what you're saying right there, people don't understand. I've been trying to say this for the longest time, but since they're studying neutrinos and the ice cube down in Antarctica, and the luminaries above, what they're doing is they've made a model of the firmament, and they can use this firmament as one solid radar above us all. I'm telling
Yep.
you, this is
Yep.
how they're
Yeah.
realizing this faster than light technology and speed. These things are going by at tens of thousands of
You,
miles
you
an
know
hour.
what
They
it's
have to be, right?
you know what
Yeah,
it's
But
like.
really.
they're catching them.
They're using if the firmament is what they claim that it is. Basically, they could use it like a parabolic dish. And if
Yes, they're
anybody's ever
bouncing.
had direct
Yep.
TV, yeah, if anybody's
Mhm.
ever had direct TV or a satellite dish, remember them satellite dishes that you had back in the day if you live in a foreign country or something, where you could get like
Yep.
cable, you could watch WrestleMania 8, all that shit. You know what I'm saying? You had all them channels because of that big ass. They call it a satellite dish. It's really an antenna, right? The firmament basically, if the firmament is what they say it is, right? If it functions the way it do, they could use it basically the same way we would function or we would use parabolic dish. And what people need to realize
I lost them.
All right, you
now,
got cut
Hey,
out
all right?
again.
if you don't mind, we've got some guy named Jaron in the private chat here running his mouth. Would you like to come on stage and talk about it, sir?
No, he's a troll. He's a troll coming up with different names. He's the same troll.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't
Okay.
entertain them. Don't
Okay.
entertain their.
My bad. Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah,
just kind
they're
of to jump off that. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, any of the trolls are a complete waste of time. I have no more tolerance for them at all. I don't want to listen to another weak argument as they regurgitate their religion. They are not worth 1 second of our time. They do not have one thing without us, and we don't need to help them or give them anything because we're going to continue to grow by the millions, even this year in 2025. Even when the TFE hit piece documentary comes out, there's going to be millions more flat earthers because their arguments are so weak and the truth is so strong. I'm just
Well said.
encouraging anybody that is trying to have a conversation with a troll because you think they might be sincere. Stop wasting your time. They're not sincere.
Gotcha.
They don't.
Gotcha.
They don't.
Gotcha.
They don't care
Well
about the
said.
truth at all. But
Yeah,
anyway,
that's true.
Got a point.
You could tell that because now they're starting to eat their own. You see, freaking Jeff Bezos is talking about he's about to sue Katy Perry, and I'm like, man, these dudes are eating their own now.
What?
This is how dirty they are. Yeah, if this is true or not, I don't know. But now
Right.
Blue Origins and Jeff Bezos wants to sue Katy Perry because of their failed nonsense. You know what I'm saying? Because people saw if you know what, if their thing was legit, there would be no suit. There would be no suing. There would be none of that. You know what I'm
And
saying?
there wouldn't
But
be
since they
such
got caught out there,
controversy over it.
exactly. Since they got caught out there with it, with all their BS, like their lies falling apart in their face, now they want to sue each other. I'm like, okay, it's not working no more. It
The
doesn't have
snake
legs.
eats the snake.
yeah. Thank you, Jeff.
Mhm.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you for adding millions
You
more flat earthers because of how pathetic space flight was.
Exactly.
you think it was because she opened the door too soon and busted his bubble? Now he's mad.
That's probably it. Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah, guys, these
Yeah.
people spend so, not that money's worth anything to them, but they spend so much money trying to convince everybody space is real. That should
Bro,
say a lot.
there's
Just alone.
yes, you want to know, and what's messed up about the whole thing is that even Jeff Bezos knows that it's a lie, but he knows how lucrative. This is how lucrative fooling people. Fooling people is a big business. It's not about just selling people sneakers, selling people a pipe dream in movies, selling people entertainment in the NFL.
Yeah,
Just fooling individuals.
right.
Let's just get down to the bare bone truth of it all. Fooling human beings makes big money. Jeff Bezos understands this, and so the best way for him to better control people, because that's all he wants to do, right? Is he
Well,
wants to fool more and more people. To him, it's a
well,
big deal.
I think, bro, I
Shit, I
think
want to
he's
see him.
kind
I
of
want to see him
installed
launch from.
that.
I want to see him launch from Thule Air Base in Greenland. Let's get it and go right over the North Pole. Let's see what's really up there, right?
Mm, hmm Yeah, Gene, what were you saying, man? I cut you. Yeah.
Bro, I think Jeff Bezos was installed, though. I don't think he's organic. So that's like part of
Yeah.
his job. They probably
Agreed.
told him to do
Same
that.
with
I don't think
Elon.
he came up
Yeah,
with the
same.
idea. Hey, you know what? Let's go send 6 women. I don't think that was his idea or anything like that. I think they were all just kind of hired
Oh,
puppets to do this stuff.
absolutely, bro.
I don't know if they
told.
had a choice or not. I don't know, but that's what I think. It's all from the top down.
Yeah.
You know, I never really thought Bezos and what does he have?
Musk.
Amazon. I always thought that was like just a big plant.
It's a
'Cause
yeah.
you don't
Because
get
they try to give it.
that big. My
Yes,
dad told
they
me
try
when I
to
was
give
like
it.
8 years old that you don't get that big before the feds come and step in and either buy you
Yep.
out or take you out. And that was
Yes.
a long
Yes.
time ago.
Get
My
all
dad
your
told me that
servers.
stuff.
Yeah, that's what they want. All them
Yep.
servers now.
Yeah, because they've got people that they've arranged. I feel what you're saying, and I could buy that because I'm sure that they have people that they have arranged to take on the reins to do those types of I guess you could say steering
Yeah.
of the sheep.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? To shepherd the people.
We're
They have people in place
coordinating.
for that.
Oh
Exactly.
And
yeah,
what do you call it?
it's a soap.
Compartmentalization.
Yeah, it's a
That's
soap
that's the
opera
way
for
it
the
is.
people, guys. It's a soap opera for the people. Like they try to make that shit with the fake rocket, and now it's all a soap opera to continue for the people to speak about it, right? That's what it's all about,
Yep.
guys. We'll continue with this. I just wanted to mention, as I mentioned about the VOR, the reason the planes are supposed to fly very near to the lands, right, or 2 hours, because this is the thing, they have to be near those routes and near those
Yes.
signals or towers that are coming. That is the reason, and that is also the reason in some parts they don't have the coverage, and in some part they have to go dead reckoning because there is no navigation system that is working there,
Right.
Well,
Yep.
right?
there's certain
Yep.
corridors,
Across the
Vikka,
Atlantic.
that the military and the civilian airline companies have. They call them air corridors, and you can only go
Yep.
there
Yep.
at certain heights if you are military, for one,
Yeah, dead
or
reckoning. Yeah,
because
true.
military
Yep.
takes packages all over Antarctica.
Yep.
Supposedly,
Yep.
I mean, right over they have to go like below 8,000 feet, right, when it's windy or whatever, and land. But they do have airways right there in what they call the geographic south, but who knows where that's where they at. But I'll land the plane here. The air corridors, look those up because they are very strictly followed. And those that
Absolutely.
get outside of it, yeah, they
Oh yeah,
shoot them
that's
down or they warn them. But yeah, go ahead.
how they
It's
navigate. That's how the planes navigate. Go ahead, Iron, if you want to add something.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, to add on to all of that, you're absolutely right. It's like driving down a one-way street in the wrong direction. You do that, you're going to go on everybody's radar, and then you run the risk of getting plucked out the sky if you don't roger up or make the correct turn, and then you could get burned for that. And what they
Yeah.
do is it's basically called a deconfliction when you're in the air, and then you're like, hey, this is the route that I'm taking. Boom, next. So of course you've got your pre-planned route, but then as you're flying and everything else, like you have to make the calls. Like this is what we're doing next. Boom. This is what we're going down next. And then you have maps. You've got air maps that you could read. It functions, and it's got the arrows and everything, tell you what altitude you could be at in certain places and the direction you got to travel. So these things ain't too tough. They're not too tough to read. And basically they follow that map that you're talking about, Vika. They basically follow
And
that.
this is military
Yeah,
and
the waypoints.
civilian. Remember, guys, over in Holland, the Skynet autonomous planes. They're like Delta Force. They're black projects. So their drones can go above 80,000 feet. Just to let y'all know, in certain parts of the world,
Shit.
autonomously. Autonomous.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but try to get a license to do that.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
None of
The
us could
people
do
are sitting
that.
there playing a video game. They're the ones in the like when we were in the arcade in the 80s, right? Like that's how they're flying these
Oh
planes.
yeah.
Most of
Yep.
the time, like
Yep.
They got
a driver will take over if needed. If a commanding officer, like in the Space Force high up, if they tell them, "Hey, you need to take control of this," for a minute and go peep over here and see what's going on in this country. Yeah, it's happening all the time, right? Yeah.
Hey guys, here's a cool story. Back in like, I don't know, 90, let me think for a second. About 97 or 8, I was doing siding, right? And I said to the guy next to me, "What are you doing this weekend?" He's like, "I'm going to fly. I got to get hours for my pilot's license." And I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
So he invited
Yeah.
me into the session with him, right? And we flew out of Connecticut, and we flew up the Hudson, right? Like
Okay.
lengthwise with Manhattan, and there is lanes, right? The west side is southbound, and the
Uh-huh.
east
Mm-hmm.
side is northbound. And
Right.
every turn that guy made, it was a 4-seat Cessna. And I was flying it, he was flying it, my son was flying it. We had a ball in this thing. It was a riot. And
Yeah.
what I
You
wanted to
know,
do
I
was go fly around to Verrazano because that's where I grew up. And we
uh-huh.
had to get permission to do that. So anything that plane did, he had to call it in, get the okay.
Yes.
I wanted to fly. I wanted to do figure 8s around the Twin Towers. He wouldn't let me. He didn't even ask. He's like, "You're not
Yeah.
gonna let us do that."
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Nah. Nah. Yeah, because a lot of
That's
these
wild.
places are like, yeah, you better not fly zone. Don't even think about it
No.
zone. Yeah.
Don't
I
do
have
it.
Better
You
not
never
even
get your
try.
license, or you never get your license back.
Exactly.
They
You know why?
reset
You know
you.
why it was north south? You know why it's north south? Because the earth don't move, and it's easier to land like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's great. Now,
No.
I should have taken advantage of it, but he told me, he's like, "Oh," he's explaining the plane and its aerodynamics and its capabilities. He's like, "Yeah, we could go shoot straight up through the air, and I could stop the engine and free fall, and then,
Free fall back
at
down. Yes.
a certain altitude, he'd start the engine again and pull it right back into control." But I passed on it, unfortunately. I should have done that. It kills me. Yeah, but I got some
Man,
cool pictures.
those are sick feelings, man. Makes your butthole slam shut. I don't like that.
Oh,
I ain't
dude.
even gonna lie to you, man.
When my son had the
Hey, Iron.
controls,
Hey, Vlad.
oh my God,
Yeah.
Hey,
he
Vlad. I
was
just
nose
wanted. Hey, I
diving and
wanted my.
pulling it way up.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man,
Go
I bet
ahead. Go
that's
ahead.
scary.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted. I wanted to let my dad say what's up, man. He was on the USS Nimitz. What was it?
Oh, the
72
Nimitz.
to
Okay.
74.
Yeah,
72
the
to
carrier.
75. Yeah. Uh-huh. And
Okay.
Thank
yeah,
you for
man,
your
I just
service.
want to introduce my dad. I know he's probably not in the
Yeah.
talkative mood, but I think he wanted to just say, hey, how you guys doing?
All right.
Thank you for
Hey,
Hey,
how
your
you doing,
service,
sir?
sir.
How you doing, Mr. Gregory? And thank you for
awesome.
your service.
Yeah.
Doing
Oh,
Yeah.
fine.
Thank
yeah.
you
Thank
for your
you.
service. Thank you.
We
Much
appreciate you.
appreciated.
Yeah, Vlad, he
Yeah.
was in the military as
Definitely.
well on a carrier.
Yeah.
Where you
Never
want a
did shoot
carrier,
me.
Vlad?
Oh
No,
yeah.
not a carrier. I did prop cleanings and stuff like that on carriers. I've never done
Okay.
I've never actually done duty on a aircraft carrier. Hell no.
Yeah. Okay.
RG,
That
Look,
would
it's
be
cool
RG,
being on.
RG, ARG.
Uh,
Show your dad flatten the curve.
Yeah.
Do
hold
that.
on one second.
yeah.
Here,
There we
Flatten.
go.
you can pick up the phone here and just say, hey, you'll be able to see your face. Hey, there we go. How we doing?
Oh yeah. Awesome. Awesome. So, sir, yeah,
Yep.
do check out the documentary Flatten the Curve. You have pilots, military pilots on aircraft carriers, engineers, submarine guys, aeronautic
Yeah.
engineers, all claiming the true shape of the Earth and how these vessels and everything functions in all the different environment. Love it.
That's awesome. Yeah. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Hey, by the way, my dad was the green guy that was right
Red.
behind the jet.
Red guy.
Red guy.
I worked ordnance.
So yeah, he was
Were
right
you
there
an
as the plane
aviation
took off.
ordnanceman?
Yes, sir.
Were you an AO?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay. AOs, man. You guys, all right, okay. Yeah, yeah. I
I was
worked with some AOs, okay.
I worked on all the missiles and bombs and machine guns.
All right,
Oh
hell
yeah.
yeah. Okay. Hell
Could
yeah.
use you, man.
That's
We
what's
could use
up.
a guy like you.
But I was sitting right there
Absolutely.
between the jets when they
Absolutely.
took off.
All right,
Lots
yeah.
of fun. The
Okay.
loudness. But
Yeah.
all right, guys, I just want to introduce my dad. So,
All right.
Okay,
You all have a
All
good
right. It's nice meeting you,
see.
sir.
I
All
just
right, you
I
as
just have a
well.
question.
Thank you, sir.
I just have a question for
Thanks.
all these military guys there. I have a question, stupid question, but I'm going to try to to ask you. Here in Israel, we have one of the finest pilots. F-16s,
in the
F-35s,
world.
and I know
Right.
that the last time we attacked Iran, the planes didn't go into the Iranian territory. They have radars that can see 200 kilometers, and I believe that in Israel they improve it to even the double of this. I believe up to 400 kilometers, but I don't know about
Yep.
this. But now my question is this: if you have a plane, okay, F-35, flying at Mach 2, Mach 3, whatever, but at a low
Oh my
altitude,
God.
because it doesn't
Oof.
want to be detected. So now,
Mhm.
if the Earth was curved, wouldn't that affect his field of vision, like even for the radars? Because he wouldn't be able to see, what's behind the curve, because at like 300 or 400 kilometers, even the radars don't go around. You understand?
Right.
So
Right.
I'm asking if that wouldn't be possible for such planes to be able to have a clear vision, like 200 miles, ahead, if they were at low altitude at like Mach 3. I don't believe it will be possible if the Earth was curved. I think it would
Oh,
reduce
definitely not.
it will reduce the vision, the field of vision,
It's gonna go
line of
off.
sight.
The
I
Absolutely.
mean,
alarm is gonna go off the proximity sensors and everything is gonna just start bleeping because if there's any strange terrain getting a dip or coming up, right, at that speed, at that altitude, right, these machines destroy the globe,
of course,
right? The
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
radar or the
That's what I'm
ground
saying.
radar, the radar that is on the plane, right? The
Yeah.
altitude indicator, right? The gyro, all these things, all these instruments, these real hardwares destroys the globe.
Right. And on the jets that they have moving at Mach 2, you've got the type of scan that these are like multifunction airborne radar, and the type of scan that they use, basically it looks like a back and forth, a raster type, right? It looks from left to right, from top to bottom, or from bottom to top, or from left to right, top to bottom, right? And basically they're rastering the sky, and I couldn't and I wouldn't imagine them doing it on a globe, because if they're moving at Mach 2, like 1,400 miles an hour, 1,500 miles an hour, they have to look far out in order to not run into something, or in order to basically dictate where they're going to be flying. You know what I'm saying? Because they're moving pretty fast
Yeah,
at a
Yeah,
low altitude.
yeah, it's like 350 miles every 15 minutes.
Yeah. So exactly. So you know what it's like? I don't know if anybody rides motorcycles in here, but if you've ridden a motorcycle fast, you're like looking, you're trying to figure out what's ahead, how to basically maneuver
Yeah.
based off of
Hmm.
what's weighed. If you're riding over 150 miles an hour or something, which is fast.
I never
Oh,
did
going
that.
over 100,
But yeah,
that's fast.
you don't care what's behind you.
Exactly.
Right. You're
Exactly.
looking for
Everything
pebbles and
is
sticks.
yes. Or or some kind of malformation in the road, some kind of bump,
Right. Yeah.
anything, what
Potholes.
pitches,
Yo,
Yeah.
when you're
looking.
going that fast, a
Yes,
3/4 lug nut will throw you off.
Oof.
exactly. So
That'll
the
pop your
jets are
tire. You're
almost the
done.
same. Yeah, so
Hmm.
the jets are the same, especially with their radars. Like, they're looking straight and out. There is no straight out and curving. It doesn't. There's no
Right.
function for that. That shit don't exist.
Well, the
Hmm.
fast
There's only the convergence point. Hey,
No,
I
and you know
wanted to
Right.
what?
ask
Take
you
it up.
guys, have y'all seen just on a regular night a low light, like low contrast, low spectrum light camera, just regular? And the reason I ask is because it picks up more up there in the sky, and you'll see a lot of things. And I don't know what to make of it. I've just really
Oh,
recently caught onto this guy's page,
like
but I'll put something here in the chat
like
for y'all to look at. Yeah, yep.
yeah.
But pretty fast speed.
Like IR. So you mean like IR, like infrared?
Yeah, well, like IR, but just it's just he calls it a low spectrum light, um, which is basically just taking out the brightness of, like the overall brightness. It enhances the individual light of whatever's up there, like luminaries or planes or something at high altitudes, or the
Okay.
new naval and military stuff they got. These craft.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
but you can
I'll
see
look
them a lot
into
better
that. I don't think.
with a low spectrum. Yeah, I'm gonna post the
Yeah, I
guy's work
figured.
here for y'all. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I never heard of that, but I figure if they meant low spectrum, they would have been referring to like infrared, maybe infrared lighting, because that's how you get to remove the clutter from the sky, and you could see at crazy distances. You could see at night, and you could see things that you normally otherwise wouldn't be able to see with your naked eye in the sky
Yeah,
at
some
night,
kind of also,
especially.
yeah, that's some kind of night vision kind of technology also, which helps them to see very far. They also
Right.
use on ships.
Yep.
Jay Tolan has some good infrared videos from planes.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Alrighty,
A
we
couple of
will
guys on
continue a little
YouTube.
bit, guys. With
Okay.
so we can, yeah.
To
One
be
moment.
a huge misunderstanding when it comes to flat earthers and aviation. And this huge misunderstanding leads to things like them thinking taking a spirit level on a plane would somehow debate over flat earth and globe. What is this misunderstanding that they have?
Alrighty. Yep. Anybody wants to add anything for sure? Tell me to stop anytime you want. But this is the thing, right? For sure, spirit level experiment what's done, right? It doesn't destroy the argument, but it does says a lot what is happening in the plane, right? There are times when the plane is flying at cruising altitude, dude. You don't even feel the plane is moving, right? If there is not turbulences and everything, that shit shouldn't move at all,
Nope.
right?
Nope.
No, you know what? A spirit level is sensitive enough, and the parameters which it works are sensitive enough that it would pick up if that plane was moving at any certain, to any level of degree. You know what I mean?
Oh,
It's
I don't know. I
water.
don't know. Yeah, I don't know where these guys. I don't know. Will Duffy is. I don't know what he's doing. I really don't.
Well,
I really don't. I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
I tell you that you cannot explain that what they are doing here. They don't act as human beings. They have no honor. They have nothing. They have no values. That means that those people are being driven not by money, not by fear, not by fame. I believe again they have an ideology. They're very, very, indoctrinated in order to just have that agenda of theirs going through, and in order for it to go through they have to make people believe that the earth is a sphere. So that's what motivates it. It's a sect. We have here people like that belong into like some kind of a private secret brotherhood, some shit,
Yep.
like serious shit, the serious shit. And this is what they are.
Yeah.
That's the only way I can explain it. You cannot explain it otherwise. I
Hey
don't
guys,
think.
can you hear me?
Time's up. Is there a date? Is there a release date? Is it? I think it would. Did they say something about June to be releasing the final experiment movie or some stuff like that? Whatever nonsense.
I
I'm
don't
not
believe
sure.
I don't believe it will be released because at one point I don't know who's going to take that, Netflix or whoever. Who's going to take that
Right.
is going to pay a heavy price, because if Netflix
Oh yeah.
goes with that, if Netflix goes with that shit, and it happens to be debunked, so it will be a very, very good big blow for Netflix. I
Well,
believe we should maybe call
well,
Netflix and tell them
This dude Will,
to be
he's
careful.
used to getting sued, right? He don't
No,
care. He's used to getting
Well,
sued.
it's not about suing,
well,
about things. It's not going to be accepted. It shouldn't be accepted because it's
it,
too dangerous for them.
it's. But you know what? I feel. Go ahead and release it. Go ahead and release it. We're gonna let the public decide. And you want to know something? I honestly don't feel that it would bode well for them. Everything that they've done up to this point has been full of deceit and everything else, all the other bad stuff. So my thing is, go ahead,
Mhm.
release the movie. Go ahead, release the movie and see what happens. Because that's my thing. At the end of the day, it's up to what does the public think. I mean, of course,
Well said.
we know what it is, right?
You know,
But
Yeah,
the
but
public is going to
but
figure it out. And really, at the end of the day, they run the risk of making themselves look bad, and they run the risk of having to deal
Hmm.
with the public. Because what are they going to do?
Right.
You
Right.
still got to go to Costco to shop. You still got to go to Target to get clothes. You still have
Hmm.
to go, water the grass. What are you going to do? So
Yeah. I think
I'm not worried
this
about it
narrows
because they know,
down.
well,
It
they know I'm a flat earther.
narrows down the real from the fake, bro. And this is just one more
Exactly.
step this is a celebration for me, honestly, because I know the truth already, right? I ain't got to go search anymore. It's here.
but
Yeah.
the thing is
Yeah,
that
release that
we might be able to make money out of this, a lot of money, because if we are
Oh
as a
man,
country,
you're thinking about money, bro. Your
as a
mind's in the wrong place, brother.
we're gonna need a lot of money to do what we want to do. Believe me, it's gonna
I
need
hope you're
yeah,
kidding, but go
yeah,
ahead.
but does Duffy really cares about the shape of the Earth? This guy is the
no.
way he's functioning looks like he's a con artist. His
Yeah, yeah,
main, he doesn't care what the people think if the Earth is a flat or globe. He gives a shit.
yeah.
What
But
he's looking
He don't
for,
care.
listen, guys, what he's looking for is his own share of the pie. What it means that if he's
Yeah.
able to sell this shit made out of nothing to Netflix or some streaming platform and get something out of it, he cares a fuck what the shape of
Mm,
the Earth is, and he cares a fuck about all the globers, including
yeah,
the flat
Yeah.
earthers.
yeah. But
Right? That's
that's
what
true. That's
this
true.
is. I have mentioned even before the TFE started. Right? Gene can
Yeah.
second that.
but
Mm,
Netflix will
Yep.
care.
right.
Netflix will care to get sued or to get dragged in the
Yeah.
street.
Well,
Netflix will
hey,
care. Believe me, they will care. They will
but
care.
it's all good. Let's just wait and see. We shouldn't ponder on things like that right now, if you don't mind me saying. But listen, Vika, they're speaking of high altitude, either balloons or planes or military or commercial. You can play this video I put in there for maybe twice the speed, or just zoom through it and tell me what you guys think, because everywhere in the sky there is so many things that are coming out of nowhere and then disappearing real fast, like into thin air. No lie.
Yeah,
Like,
brother. Oh, yeah, brother. The technology, the flying technology, the levitation
yes, it's
technology
gotten
is so
crazy.
advanced that for
Yes.
it's gonna sound like magic to many people.
Yeah.
As we
Yeah.
said,
Yeah.
these people are beyond in technology. They're giving us breadcrumbs. We think we have these black mirrors in the hand and we are at the
Right.
pinnacle of technology. It's bullshit.
And
These people
those that
are so much advanced in flying technology that we couldn't imagine. Right? These people are
yeah.
stuck to satellites, satelloons, and flying
Hmm.
drones. No. There's
There's
so
other
much shit
things, yeah.
happening with resonance technology. Guy, I cannot play the
And
video,
it's
RG,
hard
but
to
if anybody's on the
okay.
PC, you can pass it to them and
Hmm.
they can screen share.
Okay. Yeah. And guys, just even for me, I had to be a little open minded. It's hard to explain to normies or people that are brainwashed, like what's happening right before their eyes. Like they'll say it's planes, but it's like, okay, where are the blinking lights? Like how did that one disappear? Like how did it come out of nowhere? Like, and their brain starts to. But yeah, if anybody sees it in the chat, y'all can look at it whenever.
Yeah,
Well,
I see a lot
also,
of I see a lot of shit, RG, a lot of shit. I
Yeah,
have shared
right.
some with the Gene, also videos.
yeah,
The dog's going
yeah.
crazy. It's every time like, there are times that I see 2-3 times a week, right? Crazy things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some
Well,
of
I
them
But
didn't know if
seems like they
one
have
of y'all might.
consciousness. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
don't
Well,
forget,
if one of
you
y'all
know,
have the camera like this, if anyone has this type of technology, the camera, let me know. I'd like to come over and use it, or something.
yeah.
But go ahead. Go. Yeah.
The crazy thing that you don't want to forget. Maybe they're not putting everything in the sky. Maybe they're just projecting something in the sky. It's probably
Exactly.
significantly
Yeah. Good point.
cheaper. And that's the thing.
Yeah.
Remember a couple of weeks ago when I showed that Japanese company called ALE, that Japanese company called ALE that Their job is to make things appear in the night sky or the day sky where it looks like they're shooting stars or comets
Yes.
or stuff like that. And they could change the color and everything else. And they've been around now they said they came out in like 2007. We know what the truth is. So that's the thing, is like, we can't get our mind wrapped around it's a physical object. It could be projections.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of these things could be, you know, with them
and the cold temperatures up there,
them spraying them spraying the skies and everything like that. Who's to say that when they spray the skies, it doesn't serve as some kind of? I'm not saying that this is what it is, but after they spray the skies, it doesn't work as some. Right. It doesn't serve as some kind of screen so that they can make their projections and then they can have dragons appear or whatever they want, right? So just keep
the
your
guy
mind,
well, the guy that was stationed down there, you know, had slipped, and I was asking about superfluids, and I think I mentioned this to you guys, but he said there was 500,000 gallons of stored at 4 degrees Kelvin that they use for certain things, and I'm thinking, that would be perfect for what is exactly happening up in the high altitudes already. Is very cold temperatures, and it's lighter than air gases like helium, hydrogen. That's exactly what they're storing there. So put 2 and 2 together, you know.
Yeah, it's crazy phenomenon, guys. We'll see what these clowns have to say more.
Causing them to come up with these bizarre experiments.
It comes down to one thing. They do not understand how up and down works on a globe. If you could pass me that globe, I can do a quick demonstration. It seems that there are some, and I never say all, I always say some flat earthers who believe that south is down, okay? But on the globe, down is towards the center of the globe. So my finger
this is
showing
painful.
the direction of down.
Yeah, this is brutal.
My God. This is a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier, how weak they are. Their argument is so weak, they make a false assumption and then they make a false claim, and we are destroying them. Guys, I got to cruise, but I mention 2 things, maybe 3 things real quick, from conversations that I've had with pilots, as well as, I think I've told you guys, a professor of aeronautical sciences at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, and many other pilots have confirmed to me that the TOD, the top of descent calculation, always has to calculate a flat and a stationary baseline for an aircraft to land safely. A lot of the commercial jets start coming down out of the air 100 miles from the airport. On the flat earth model, it's flat for that 100 miles, maybe a little topography. But on the globe, there would be 6,666 feet more altitude if the earth were a globe and curved. But that TOD, with the top of descent calculation, which is where they get their rate of descent and their angle of descent, it always has to calculate a flat and a stationary baseline. That is a death blow for the globe. It's another nail in the globe coffin, if you will. Another fun thing to think about is the time-lapse star trails. People bring that up all the time. Well, that's because the Earth is rotating. No, that's the sky is moving in perfect unison, proving one motion only. But sometimes we will see an airplane trail get caught in the star trail for time-lapse video. And guess the airplane trail is always straight and level. If the Earth were curving underneath those stars, the Earth would also be spinning. The Earth would also be spinning underneath that airplane. But that airplane trail, the time-lapse footage of an airplane trail caught in the star trails, is always flat and level, stationary. I mean, or it's just not curved. It's not spin. The
That's
Earth
a good point.
is it. So
That's a good point.
again, these are simple,
really good point.
Simple truths that are strong, and they got this weak guy standing here trying to make an argument that flat earthers don't understand what up and down is. I mean, they are weak. We are strong. The truth makes you strong. Lies make you weak. Truth sets you free. Lies put you in bondage. And the globe religion, in my opinion, is going to die within our lifetime. I think within the next 5 or 10 years.
I think so too.
The truth of creation comes out so big and so strong that everybody on the flat earth is going to know that the earth is flat. So, guys, I love you all. I got to cruise out and do some stuff with the kids, and I'll see you soon.
Thanks, brother.
Aloha,
Much
I'll be
love.
back,
Alex. Good to
Keith.
see you,
Be
man.
safe, bro.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Hey, and to
adding
to
to
just
what
say this
guys
one
guys
thing. Oh,
adding to
go ahead,
what
Vika.
Keith was saying, guys, what adding to what Keith was saying about the top of descent. There's also one system called ILS. It's like Intelligent Landing System, right? It's also emits a kind of signal to the plane and guiding it so that it touches down on the runway in the right time and the right place and everything with the right slope, with the right speed, right? All these things wouldn't have happened also if there's any curve happening, right? These ILS systems work on a very far ranges, right? Because the planes are have to some are on hold, some are on around,
Hmm.
right? So have a very high large coverage. So
Yeah, and if
just
it's
adding
not
to that.
ready, they'll make them do a loop or two around the airport until it's ideal to land. I think that's pretty much how it goes if they can't land the first time. But hey guys, just let y'all know I gotta go. Get in the shower right now. But I did want to say this, that if you guys know anything about petroglyphs and about what people document on these rocks, what they see in the sky, right, from their position on Earth at a certain time, right, or a certain cycle, let's say, and they will draw what they see in the sky when these plasma events happen, when something major happens, or a dragon phoenix comet comes by, or however they describe it, right? If you look, there's very similar, very specific, highly detailed petroglyphs that show in our sky the opposite rotation, especially when you go to the equator and those Indian reservation lands where they put these petroglyphs. It's like an event unfolding, but what they'll do, like owl eyes, big round two circles, but they're going up and away from each other, just like a plasma energy vortex, like a toroidal system, right? Like with a flat realm, right? But what I'm saying is, if you keep up with that and you familiarize yourself with petroglyphs and events in the sky, you'll be surprised that some major things have happened over the years. And I think that might be resets. I don't know. But anyway, guys, just my thoughts, rambling on. But much
All
love,
right,
guys.
man.
I gotta get out of here.
Good
I
stuff,
appreciate
bro.
y'all listening.
All right, homie.
All right.
Love you back, man. Be safe, bro.
Oh yeah,
Yes, sir.
Arjit,
Y'all as well.
nice to see you, brother, and shout out to you for getting the bracelets, brother. Really appreciate that.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah, yeah, yeah.
see you
No,
soon, bro.
I'm
It's
still
almost
waiting
there.
on them.
Yeah,
Okay, okay,
and
sweet,
alrighty.
sweet. I'll let you know how they
Best to your
work for
dad
me.
too, bro.
Oh yes, I'll tell
All
him.
right.
I'll tell him. Yeah, he's gonna be the one helping me. So,
Yeah, man.
but yeah, man, I respect you all and keep doing what you're doing, and let these people know. Don't ever be afraid. I know y'all right here. This is a lineup of true speakers, y'all. Don't doubt these guys right here, man, for sure. I respect all of y'all. But yep, much love. God bless. We'll catch you next time.
Alrighty,
All
Arjit.
right, man.
Talk to you soon,
Peace,
bro.
brother.
Later. Mm-hmm.
Hey, you know what,
So
guys? To add on to what Keith was saying about the top of the descent, if that's 100 miles out, and that's 1.25 miles curve distance at about 450, 500 miles an hour is 10 or 12 or 15 minutes. That's a lot of adjustment,
Jeez.
and that mile and a
Yes.
quarter difference makes a huge difference when you're only flying 7 or 8 miles high.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I want to throw that in there
Can
too.
you imagine how your butthole would feel, like just dropping like that? You know how it feels if the elevator drops a little too soon, how your
Oh,
stomach and your
bro.
insides feel? Or
Yo,
you ever
man,
play those videos?
if
Yeah,
a
I'm a
plane is
gamer,
flying
dude.
400 miles an hour, if it drops a foot, bro, that's got to be like catastrophic to your stomach and your equilibrium and your vestibular and right.
About if you walk off of a cliff in a video game and you see your character fall like ours, your asshole grabs a hold of anything. It's like, oh shit, that
That's
feeling
funny.
that you get. So
Yeah.
everybody on that plane would get that feeling, and you'd recognize it for what it is. You're like, oh, here comes the landing. Oh, it doesn't happen. It never happens.
No, and you want no what you know. Not to get off subject too much, but the trajectory around the sun is a variable speed, and wouldn't on a massive object like the Earth, when that change of speed happens, nothing picks it up. No water picks up
Yeah,
that motion speed. None of us feel
exactly.
that.
Yep, yep.
Happens twice a
And
year.
yeah, yeah. And we'd feel that slingshot effect, and you figure we'd even make it a holiday, slingshot day, right?
Yeah,
Or super
right.
fast day or something like that.
Slow
Super
down
slow
day.
day. Yeah, slow down days, super
Slow down
fast day.
season.
Yeah, all right. Oh, guys, we're having a slowdown season at the Dodge dealership. All Dodges 30%, 33% off on all Dodge Rams, Dodge Caravans, and the like. 33% off on slowdown day and on
you
super
know how
fast speed up day.
I don't know how slow you got to move water to make it not pick up the speed change, but I don't think you could
Yeah,
scale that down to, like, let's say, a pool moving slow enough so the water does not pick up the motion.
yeah, yeah. It ain't
Yeah, I don't
happening,
think you
bro.
could do
It ain't.
that.
No. Dude, yo, I don't know if you guys saw recently, but Neil deGrasse Tyson and what's his name, William Shatner, all of them, they went to Antarctica, right?
The two actors.
Yeah, yeah. They both they recorded the whole thing. They recorded it
Yeah,
all.
right. Did it look like Will Duffy's videos?
Bro, it looked like nothing like that. It looked like they
Oh,
had to deal with some crazy ass weather while they were there.
okay.
Like it looked like that's what they had to deal with. It looked like they were fighting elements while they were there. And I'm like, kind of what I expected. A little bit crappy.
Oh yeah, let's hear these guys a bit.
At various points on the globe. And not understanding this, and not understanding that if you have a direction of down, you have 90 degrees to that, that's horizontal. So that's how aircraft instruments define horizontal, by knowing the direction of down and going 90 degrees to that. That's horizontal. So when we talk about pitch attitude, we'll come back to that later, the horizontal that they're referring to is 90 degrees to down, and that direction of down changes around the Earth. If they could understand that, most of their claims and arguments are just empty, worthless information, because it does not apply to the situation on the Earth.
Now, I remember Rob Skiba before he passed away.
What bullshit is he saying, right? 90 degrees. He's speaking about 90 degrees. Where is the curve? Where is your arc? Not on the floor, not in the
Yes.
sky. Where is your arc?
Yep. At some point, you got to be able to measure it. At some point.
Exactly, right? Right angles, right? How are you connecting
Yeah.
those right angles and making it into a curve?
Yep.
He's using the word horizontal. Yeah.
These dudes.
Was talking about taking a spirit level onto a plane. Probably most famously, D. Marble, a flat earther,
Yes.
not only took a spirit level on a plane, but also filmed it.
Yes.
And they seemed to think that this shows that we don't live on a globe and that the Earth is flat. The biggest misunderstanding that I see on this particular spirit level thing is in their assumption, based on where you start on the globe, the spirit level would maybe look like this if you started here, and then as you traveled along the globe, it would change. So, but what they're not acknowledging is that no matter where you are on the globe, you're going to start here.
Yes.
And so let's demonstrate that here. I'll let you hold this.
The difference is, if I can just show that, flat earthers think this
Check
is
this out, clowns.
but what actually
Check this,
happens when you
clowns.
hold the spirit level is this. So the spirit level is always at the position of up, because up is opposite to down, and down is always towards the center of the.
So what the hell does he mean? What the hell
Oh,
does
this
he
is
mean, right?
this is pretty terrible.
What
I
the
hope
fucked up?
I hope Duffy's proud of himself.
The
Yeah.
fucked up. The fucking the psychopaths. Fucking psychopaths.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Hey, you hold the ball. Give me the
Yeah,
level. No, you hold the level. Give me the ball.
This is Jesuitism.
exactly.
This is like
Those are Jesuits. Those people are fucking Jesuits. It's
this is
impossible.
like the Two Stooges.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude,
They need one more. They need one more to make the Holy Trinity.
Oh man.
Holy fuck.
so according to this fake pilot, yeah, that level up there, right? Imagine that is inside the plane, right? The level just cannot be in the air. It's in the plane, right? So according to him, the Earth is moving and the plane is just hovering like an air helicopter
Exactly.
right there.
Yes. Yep.
This is
Yep.
what he means the plane is
'Cause the
doing.
plane-
Why do they need fuel then? Yeah, go ahead, Iron.
Yep. No, totally. That's it. Because the plane's just sitting there. Will's just sitting there, looking at him, staring into his eyes lovingly, like he is right now, just looking at him. And I'm like, man, you're gonna go ahead. You're gonna fall for this BS. This is why to me. This is
Holy-
why to me it's so important we let them talk. Just let them talk, and let the people listen to our side of the. Let them listen to our side of the argument, and then as we start to pull away from, because we're pulling away from these liars, dude. But the
Yeah, you're
people,
almost getting.
let the people witness it. Yeah, the people
You're
are
feeling the
witnessing it,
rainbow
and then
vibes.
yeah, they're filling in. They're filling in the blanks for themselves. The people will decide for themselves. And I think the people are tired of the BS. They see it for what it is. I think this Katy Perry thing was amazing because it just basically strengthened our resolve, and it proved everything that we were saying. And now people are starting to listen more to those folks on TikTok. They're starting to listen more to the people on YouTube, right? And instead of bashing us, they're asking legitimate questions. That one time they would have asked a question and then they would have just turned around and said, "Nah, it can't be possible." Now they're understanding that it is possible, that it's the truth. You know what I'm saying? So we'll let them talk. We let them talk. It's no problem. Talk. And then they get caught in more lies, and they, they make their own future, I guess.
People are crazy.
The plane just have to just go up in the atmosphere and just be there. That's it, and sit easily. That's why, right? And everything the Earth just moves below. Everything just happens by itself. The plane just stays there. That's it. This is what you're getting from these clowns, right? And
Yep.
this is how aviation works on a the toys these people have.
Yeah. But they also have to remember at some point you've got to see beyond the curve. You've got to. You've got to see as you climb higher in altitude, the curve should make itself more present. You understand what I'm saying? Based off of the numbers that they give us, you've got to see some kind of actual and measurable, definable curvature. That it would be uniform at some point,
It would
right?
be
It wouldn't
obvious
become
too.
yes,
Especially
yes.
like at night when you see a city far away, it looks
Oh yeah,
straight ahead of you and there's nothing to be seen, and not even within the
right.
city, but like when the city's far, you would approach it, it would appear differently. It would start
Yep.
to come up from the top. You'd see the top of it somewhere at first.
Exactly. And you've got to, at some point, you've got to see past that curve, and you'd be like, okay, you know what? We can measure based off of where we are, and based off of what that place is. We can measure, curvature. You should be able
Hey,
to, and that's the thing is, you can measure it. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
nah, me too, bro. But you know what else you should be able to measure? Where the stars are. Because if there was a curve,
Yes.
the stars would disappear behind it and appear as you got further away, So
Yep.
that's something else that couldn't ever happen on a ball. The position of where the stars are behind the curve or not.
Yeah. We giving these dudes free game, man. It's free game. There's a million ways to skin that cat if it was possible. We're giving these guys free game. Hey, if you could do it, measure it, make it happen. Yeah, we're just waiting on the results. That's all.
Yeah, whatever happened to the those 15 experiments that we failed and they won? Did Duffy ever like? Is there a show about that or something that I never saw or heard of or anything?
You think it might be the bonus footage in the final experiment extravaganza
Okay.
movie?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I didn't think of that. But I thought, what have these guys had since then? They should be like running around with fucking first place trophies all over the place. Neil deGrasse Tyson ought to have them on for the accomplishment they did. Yeah, you know,
Yes.
everybody ought to be having them on.
You know, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson and them, they don't want nothing. They do not get mixed. They don't want to get mixed in with it. They don't. I say
don't
it's
touch
serious.
the flat Earth
Yeah.
much.
Yeah, they don't want to. They don't want to get mixed in with it because if
Nope.
Neil deGrasse and all them get mixed in with it, like they're in even bigger trouble than they are now with the Katy Perry nonsense.
Nah, dude.
If Neil deGrasse Tyson
They
and
would
them
never
get
let.
mixed,
They don't let these people in real public situations, bro.
uh-oh.
I don't think so.
Nope.
Nah.
Nope.
And they're restricted about what they could say when they are in public. You don't see Neil deGrasse Tyson in the city. I mean, maybe you do, but I don't
No.
really think so. I think there'd be a lot more evidence of it on the internet.
Yep.
We didn't see that guy just
Yep.
walking
A lot of
around, going grabbing lunch or something like that. Never.
Well, I'll tell you something. When I look at these people, now I understand why God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, destroyed the entire earth with the flood. I understand now because I used to ask myself, well, maybe God was like a little too hard, but now that I see those guys, I say, fuck, thank God.
where are you now?
God is Allahu Akbar.
Yep.
What the man? That's fucking. Now I understand. I understand, man. I understand. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, think of the peaceful
Now,
world we have,
one of the
man, and
things
think
that
of what these guys are doing to wreck it. They're going through such expenses to disconnect us from happiness and nature and each other.
Yes.
That bugs me.
Yes. And it doesn't just stop. It doesn't just stop with that, right? With the globe, we have to not forget. We got to connect them to everything else. We got to connect them to the nonsense that they pulled, the wall that they pulled on everybody's eyes from 2020, right? We have to connect them to what they're doing with the food. We have to connect. They're the same people. It's the same people that messes with the food, messes with the water. They start all the bullshit wars. They start these fights amongst the people, right? Hell, they probably even started the war between Coca-Cola and Pepsi. That's probably their fault too. And they make us fight over
100%, bro.
that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Dude.
All that shit we could put at their feet. And then we could proudly say, hey, look, you start all of this stuff. You guys are no different from the same people. And then where you see one of their brethren. They're the same ones that start this nonsense to have us kill each other and harm each other and eat this poison food. So when people say they don't believe in this, they don't believe in that, I'm like, hey, you don't have to believe in this, but you could connect the stuff that you don't believe in with the stuff that you do believe in, and then it could bring you back to what the truth actually is.
Yeah, those are crazy people driven by the hatred of everything which is normal. They have a visceral hatred of anything that is normal, that is sane. And look, the creation of the globe reflects exactly who they are, because just as they are crazy and confused, so they're creating a world that is also crazy and hyperactive, going in all directions. It's their own reflection. They're trying to create a world at their own image. Fucked up.
Yep. All jacked up.
It's spinning in 5 different directions. That's what is happening too, right?
Like their fucking minds. Like they're fucking same thing. Those are crazy people.
Most
crazy people.
From flat earthers is something about pitch data.
Yes.
And they like to bring up pitch data, which I think is just another misunderstanding.
Absolutely.
And they seem to think that the pitch data is going to drastically and radically change throughout a flight around the globe.
Pitch data.
The same fundamental fundamental problem that down changes direction as you follow the globe. And because down is changing direction, so is horizontal. Again, if we have the globe. So if we look at the globe here, horizontal is there, but if we move to this part of the Earth, horizontal is like that. Now, pitch data is being measured from horizontal at the location of the aircraft. And what
Really?
flat
Because
earthers
it's just
believe, and
left.
what some of them claim is that this is
It has to be doing it from in front of the aircraft, because from below the aircraft, it's already gone. And who
Yep.
cares what's underneath the aircraft? You're already there. You need to know what's in front of it.
Yep.
So maybe I'm wrong with this, but that's what I get out of that.
You know,
Yeah, he means to
let's
say
remind
that.
them about. Go ahead, Vika. My
Yeah,
bad.
go ahead, Aaron. Go ahead.
All right, let's remind them of all the pilots that are saying that the Earth is actually flat. let's make sure that they don't forget that part.
Vikka, can you play that 10 seconds again, please?
the only horizontal there is.
Plane, probably most famously D. Marble, a flat
Yes,
earther,
yes.
not only took a spirit level on a plane, but also filmed it.
Yes.
And they seemed to think that this shows that we don't live on a globe and that the Earth is flat. The biggest misunderstanding that I see on this particular spirit level thing is in their assumption, based on where you start on the globe, the spirit level would maybe look like this.
Yeah.
If you started here, and then as you traveled along the globe, it would change. So, but what they're not acknowledging
Yeah.
is that no matter where you are on the globe, you're going to start here.
Yes.
And so let's demonstrate that here. I'll let you hold this.
The difference is, if I can just show that, flat earthers think this should happen,
Yes.
but what actually happens if you hold the spirit level is this. So the spirit level is always at the position of up, because up is opposite to down.
That's the Coriolis.
Now, one of the things that I hear most frequently from flat earthers is something about pitch data.
Yes,
And they like to
This
bring up
is it.
pitch data, which I think is just another misunderstanding.
absolutely.
And they seem to think that the pitch data is going to drastically and radically change throughout a flight around the globe. Explain why that's not the case.
It's the same fundamental problem of not understanding that down changes direction as you follow the globe. And because down is changing direction, so is horizontal. Again, if we have the globe. So if we look at the globe here,
Here it comes.
horizontal is there, but if we move to this part of the Earth, horizontal is like that. And pitch data is being measured from horizontal at the location of the aircraft.
Right
Tell me
there.
something.
Flat earthers believe,
Right
what some of
there.
them-
It takes it from horizontal, perpendicular to the Earth. Which, how could he do that? To going 500 miles an hour. And
You
then
want to know
calculate the Earth.
something? You want to
Huh?
know something? You want to know something? If this is the case, if what he's saying is true, there's no way in hell an airplane could see another airplane miles, and I'm talking miles, like 20 miles ahead of it. There's no way in hell it could see the direct back of that airplane 20 miles ahead. You understand what I'm saying? Like, say an airplane's trailing behind another airplane in front of it. They're heading down the same bearing, but airplane A is like, say, 20 miles ahead. You could see the direct back, the whole airplane behind it, right? If this was the case where it was curving, you would see the underbelly of the plane at some point, which you never do.
Yeah, really.
You don't. Especially if you're at the same altitude. No.
Sure. No, you wouldn't be at the same altitude. It'd be below you at the same altitude.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. That would be the case. You don't see that. You've never seen that. No pilot has ever seen that. And if they
Cool.
did, they would think that the plane was crashing. They're like, "Oh shit, this thing's about to nosedive."
That's
Right?
great.
People are crazy, man. I don't
Yeah, no
understand
plane, no pilot does that.
Do you
Oh
think
yeah,
they take
speaking about the pitch data, guys. What is the pitch data, right? A pitch data, when you're tracking any plane, you see below there's a graph, right? You have the sea level and you have the plane, which shows which ascends, follow a line, and descends and land. That's a pitch data, right? According to this clown, is moving around a globe or a curve. If that's the case, the graph should have that curve, the sea level, which is supposed to be a sea level, but these people are thinking it's a curve. So why don't the graph shows that curve and the altitude that plane has taken? It's not happening. These people say the plane is going over the curve, but in the pitch data is showing in a straight line because it's traveling in the straight line. During that flight, even if there's an increase
Right.
or decrease of altitude, it's gonna read there in the pitch data. So saying that the plane is going around the curve, even though it's flying straight and level, and the plane shows it. The difference you're going to see in the pitch data when we compare the pitch data of an accidental plane which has been crashed. For example, a perfect example would be the JFK Junior flight
Yeah.
pitch data. Look for the flight pitch data of that accident flight. You're going to see the plane going zigzag, doing circles in the sky and then falling. The pitch data
Yep.
is going to record everything the plane does in reference to the sea level. That pitch data destroys this globe theory into oblivion or whatever is there, like destroys them. I've been telling this from a very long time, even before flattening the curve, right?
These
Yep.
people are crazy, and they're so crazy. They obsess with curvature all over the place. They're trying to make you believe that the Earth is curved in everything. So what's now? Do they take into account the curvature of the Earth when they have sex with their wives? Like, how do they reproduce? Like this fucking crazy.
Dude.
Like, soon there's going to be that. They're going to tell you that also. It's crazy. Those people are crazy. They're crazy. They're crazy. Fucking sick.
Oh yeah, and here he's showing this fakery demonstration of what is happening. Show this on the pitch data. Show us the real data that is happening. Just saying is not going to work. The pitch data says the other thing, that the plane is flying straight and level to the horizon, sea level below. Every
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, Iron. Go ahead.
Oh no. I agree. To basically add on to that is my question is how did planes fly 80 years ago? How did they fly? There was no GPS. A lot of
Yeah,
these little
exactly, bro.
dookies and gadgets.
Good point.
They didn't have the automatic altimeter.
Yep. Good point.
This Amelia Earhart, when she flew and did her flight, right? And freaking, what's his name? Charles Lindbergh. He flew across the Atlantic, right? Or flew around the world, whatever he did. Like, these guys still flew to these magnificent places. How did they do it without all of these magical devices that they swear up and down by? How did they do it?
Hey,
How?
Vlad, you want to hear something
That's my
crazy?
question. Yeah.
Bro, my neighbor is Charles Lindbergh's great grandson.
Really?
Yeah. Bro, he doesn't talk much. I don't see him a lot, and he's kind of quiet. But I told him about the mechanical realm, about 6 months or so before it came out, and I haven't seen him since. But yeah,
I wonder
nah,
if he's
man.
still watching.
I don't know. I told him I had my neighbor and my other two neighbors, and one of them I see all the time. I bought my house off his grandparents, and he's got a maple syrup. Yeah, unfortunately it's closed, but his maple syrup farm, man, he used to get some seriously great maple. But he lives across the street now, and the three of them, we had this major flood, and we're all like taking inventory in the street, whose driveway got washed away, and whatnot. And I had to tell him, I'm like, yo, I'm in the, and I don't bring up his family history because I heard not to, You know, people told
Right.
me
Oh,
don't ask them questions, don't talk about it. I'm like, okay.
don't look him in the eye.
Yeah, you know, no, I'd rather be able to talk to the guy than, you know, slip stuff in, because I'm dying to tell him. I'm like, your grandfather knew that the earth is flat.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
That's why I brought it up, because
Exactly.
I
And
think those people definitely knew. There was no altimeter back then, so they would have had to compensate, and there's
yeah, no.
nothing for that.
You know what's crazy is a geography, not geology, excuse me, but a geography book from 1823, 1829, one of those 2 years, I forget which. But they've been teaching the same thing about the Earth since well before. I'm talking about the speed, I'm talking about the distance of the sun, the distance of all the planets in respect to where the Earth is at different times of the year or on average. Like all these things, they spoke about this like 200 years ago. This is stuff before airplanes came up. So they spoke about the rotational speed and everything else like that. So this is stuff that I would imagine pilots are very well versed in, right? Or pilots, especially back then, they had to have information like that on the fly. So if they knew these things, don't you think at some point they would ask, well, if the Earth is turning, wouldn't I have to do this? Or if the Earth is rotating, don't I have to do this? What do you think the other pilots within their ranks would say? They'd be like, no, it's not even moving. Nothing's moving underneath our feet. So this is what they've come to understand, right? And they just like, well, we know it. Then if they don't know it, oh well. But we better understand it, because if we don't, we're gonna wind up crashing this bitch. I think it was that simple for them. So it's something that they didn't bother mentioning, you know.
Yeah, this is the thing, guys. The piece data favors and shows the real data of how it works and function on a flat plane, an aeroplane, ascend, cruise, and descent. Everything is recorded in reference to the sea level, and that's pure data against the globe. We'll continue.
Claim is that this is the only horizontal there is. And so that as the plane goes around, it should be pitching down from this horizontal. What they're not realizing is that the horizontal is changing with the curvature of the Earth. 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. Pitch data is
69
measured from the horizontal at the aeroplane. Yeah.
Now,
nautical.
I brought along this little model airplane, which has a pitch to it.
Yes.
Should we give it a number?
That would be about 5-10 degrees. Yeah.
Okay,
that's
so
fine. Yeah.
so this model airplane here, which I think is a 737, has about a 5 to a 10.
Is that 10 degrees? Devin,
if I-
is that a 10 degree to the horizontal?
No.
Does the plane
pointed up,
flies
the
at
nose
10
pointed up.
degrees to
No, it's
horizontal?
more like 3 degrees.
No, it's supposed to be around 3 degrees at most 3 degrees, at most.
Right? No, that's what Brett said. So it doesn't kind of porpoise. If it went straight, wouldn't know whether to go up or down. It would, you know, like a skipping rock on a water.
Right. So they fixed the aileron, and they fixed the plane to where the nose is pointed up, and it's kind of like a speedboat going along the water. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And it flies like
exactly.
that.
Yep.
It flies just like that. It flies like the whole way, just like that.
Yeah, bro, that's a really good analogy, because that's what it does. It hits the wave from like the bottom like that, you know, and it cuts the wind like that.
Yes.
So, you know,
Yes,
now think
and-
about it. If a boat went too fast with the nose straight ahead, it's gonna nosedive. It has to have.
Yes, because
It's angle of
it's almost
attack.
like a
It's called angle of attack.
That's it.
Yes, it's almost like a Venturi effect, to where the water does something to where, or the I guess maybe the English ain't right, but it's almost like the viscosity of the water, like kind of pulls it. It would pull it if it's moving too fast. The airplane,
exactly,
the
bro.
boat.
Yes.
If it's moving too fast, it would pull it down, and like you said, it would like nosedive. Same thing with the
Exactly,
airplane.
bro.
If the airplane's moving too fast, moving just forward, like just any slight pitch downwards it could eventually run the risk of just pulling down and just destroying the plane.
Well,
Depending, going
exactly.
at
Like,
500 miles an hour. Yeah, they're going at 500 miles an hour, and you're no longer aerodynamic, and you just turn from your profile goes from like, say, something like I don't even know, like maybe 10, maybe like not even 10 meters, like 4 meters. Your profile goes from 4 meters, if that much, to like 300 meters, going at 500 miles an hour. You would destroy that plane.
yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, that is the reason it's called the angle of attack, because it needs to cut through the layer of air, like which is works like a liquid, right? So it needs to
Yes.
cut through it, right? That is the reason that angle of attack of 3 degrees is there for the plane. If the planes are designed that way, that they are flying at 3 degree nose up, that is the
Yep.
reason. It's not they are literally we're putting a 3 degree nose up. No, no, no. The ADI is at 0 degrees. And it's at 3 degree nose up. That's how the planes and the wings are designed. These clowns
Right.
are just fooling all the globers.
Yep.
Put it on this globe here, and this flight is now flying around the globe. Has the pitch changed?
It hasn't. It hasn't. When you look at it externally, as we see, it looks like the plane is pitching down. But again, if you look at it from the perspective of the aeroplane, where the pitch data is actually being derived from, it's not changing at all as it flies around curve.
Yeah, and the important thing is I can move this plane anywhere along this globe, and the pitch is not changing. So understanding the globe model and the globe predictions is important, because planes can fly.
They cannot show to us that the plane is constantly flying with 3 degree nose up in the altitude indicator. It's not happening. That 3 degree nose pitch up is because that's the angle of attack, as I mentioned before. Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
Yep. Yeah, no, I'm just looking at this guy's face, and I'm like, man, he's really trying to convince these people of his trickery, man. Man, it's impressive. But once the shit hits the fan and the news really comes out, it's gonna be an interesting time. Like I want to see what their move is once they get called out for their BS. Because like I'm lost for words at this point.
Hiding. They're gonna go into hiding, even worse. And it's kind of cool. Look at the setup there in front of too. With the plane in the background. Really nice.
Yeah, could be a green screen, guys. It doesn't have to be a real airplane. You guys are not.
I didn't even think of that. You're right.
Maybe not a real human also. It's not possible. Fucking clones.
Yep.
The thing that is,
Over the curve, and the pitch doesn't change.
Oh, I
Go ahead, Sam.
was saying that if it's so important for him to demonstrate all this, why didn't he just use the pilots that took him to Antarctica? He could have showed us that straight in the cockpit there, how it works.
Yes.
But
Yes.
why does he do that
Actually,
now?
that's a really good point. Yeah, that's a really good point.
I would have said, "Hey, look, I'm in the cockpit now. We're going to Antarctica, and look at the instrument, and but he didn't do that."
Yep. That actually would have. Yeah, that's a really good point. I like that.
Understand?
Yeah, these people could call this bullshit like this to people who don't understand. This is the thing. They are claiming about those pitches and the plane curving, but with the pitch up there, but they cannot show it on real instrument. They can just come up with the word salad. Again, the altitude indicator proves that the plane is flying at 0 degrees when it's flying cruising altitude at level flight, and which is there in the pitch data.
Or, in other words, it's bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And so for people to really understand this, it's from the perspective of the plane.
Absolutely. And again, if we do that same demonstration, the plane is there. What the plane is seeing is this. The pitch data is being derived at the aircraft, and down is always directly down towards the centre of the Earth. So it makes perfect sense that flying around a globe, the pitch data is not going to change. This is the massive misunderstanding the flat earthers have.
Yes.
There's that Coriolis again.
Why do the planes have engines then? No. Why do you need engines on the plane? Just need everybody should fly a helicopter. Everybody should fly just helicopters and just stay up.
So
Exactly.
here's something though, guys. So we're all locked into the atmosphere, right? This has got a lot to do with this. And that's how you can fly in any direction, because we're locked into the atmosphere, right? So what happens when you leave the atmosphere? Shouldn't everything just go shooting and flying away? That's like if there's a fly in your car, sure, it's flying around any direction, but if it goes out the window and you're doing 65 miles an hour, can that fly ever catch up to you now?
Shouldn't be able to. No, not even close.
I doubt it. I mean, yeah, if you stop quick enough, but I mean, you get what I'm saying, right? The fly,
Right, totally.
Once you leave the atmosphere, how do you get back?
Yep.
But it's a great picture we have here. We have a great picture. You pose it exactly. Look at the look they give each other. Soon they're gonna
every
kill,
time they
gonna
have the ball, every time they have the ball in the hand.
Yeah, they're gonna kiss each other.
Give me the ball. No, you give me the level.
Exactly.
They're gonna, they're like lovers or something. Look at that.
Yeah, and I could tell you, in every squadron that I've worked in, every squadron that I flew in, we never had a ball as a model. We never used a ball as a model. Never. Every ship that I served on, every sub that I served on, not one time would we use a globe as it. We just didn't. We didn't do it because we were practical in what we did, right? And we would have practical things like maps and charts, right, as a backup. But we would use the electronic device, but never a globe. Never. You never found one on our installations.
Do you know why? Bro, that's because on the globe it says not for educational purposes.
Yeah. See? Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't say that on a map, does it?
Hey, Vlad.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. Vlad. I guess in your years of service, you neither have you ever seen like people like that also as pilots, like fucking clowns like that. Have you seen people like this in your years of service? People that can say shit like this, like clowns like this?
No. That's the thing, is even the pilots, the ones that came up to me in confidence and told me exactly that I was right, and they said, don't say anything. I was like, I don't need you to tell me that I'm right. I know I'm right, but I guess thank you. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I was like, whether you told me or not, I know what it is. And I understand, like, I'm not going to sit there and tell. Like, people are like, oh, tell us who they are. I'm like, hell no. I don't want to jeopardize these guys' careers, right? These guys are in the military. Yeah, no. I don't want to get them grounded because they're telling me what's evident, right?
Yeah, or get them flagged or something,
Absolutely. And in today's society, you got a bunch of tattletales and shit. People can't wait to fucking tell about some old bullshit. Right? I don't want to tell on
honor in that.
But they said it matter of factly. I mean, the pilots, they know what it is. You got that one F-16 pilot, I think F-16 or F-15 fighter pilot, the old guy that he appears on. I forgot who he was talking with, but you know what? He might have been talking to Bob Nodell. And he was talking about how his radar functions, and I think on the F-15, F-16, it might have been an APG 76 or 83, I forget which one. But basically, exactly how that how that radar functions on that airplane, on that fighter jet, And he knows. And I mean, these guys are so overqualified in what it is they do that if anybody's going to tell you, it's basically like a motorcycle rider on the street telling you the contours of the street that he's driving, that he's riding on. Who, you know what I'm saying? Who better to ask than somebody that rides at those tremendous speeds and can see, traffic way ahead to keep himself from getting, destroyed?
Yep.
Oh yeah, that is the reason Flatten the Curve have these amazing people testimony who has dedicated their life to their profession and they know what the hell they're speaking, right? How these gadgets and everything works, right? Not just playing with toys
Yeah,
and wanting
exactly.
people to believe this is the freaking science. Yep.
Right? These are
Yep.
high level instruments that we don't see on the street.
Nope. Oh boy, these guys. Yeah, man.
Yes. So what I like to refer to this as is actually a straw man.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
when a flat earther makes a claim that the pitch data should drastically change on the globe model, that's a straw man.
Completely.
That
It's
is not
completely
what the
incorrect.
globe predicts. That is not what you understand and what happens in aviation. And so this is important to point out. What I tried to do with the final experiment was to make sure that I was accurately representing the flat earth side. I was not creating a straw man position that I could easily tear down. And so it's important to actually understand what
That's what he did with the TFE, strawmanning the
Mm,
thing, right? Making a fake claim
mhm.
that this proved the third, and this is what exactly he did. This is what exactly he's
Yes.
doing.
So
Yep.
the thing is that you have to understand that in order for them to lie for so long, for like half an hour and making all their points there, they have to either learn a script by heart or read a script or listen to somebody that tells them what to say. You understand? Because when you lie, it's not like so you have to observe, see if they read or with the eyes, movement of the eyes, because these
Why?
people are not like real. It's not real. They're not speaking from the what they know. They're speaking from a
Yeah, but the
script.
Dan,
thing is, the same usual shit. Yeah, it's nothing really debunking the flat Earth. Go ahead, Gene.
yeah, I watch the eyes a lot, right? And I'm not on this particular. I can't really see that well, but you watch Neil deGrasse Tyson, man. Anytime that guy's talking, he's
He's
always
reading.
looking off. He's always looking off to the side, and it's usually like in one area,
Yeah,
and it just looks like he's reading off cards, and
of course.
they're just keeping him on track, and he blurts out lots of all this, so-called facts. So I see that guy looking off to the side way too often for me to
Yep.
not think he's reading off cards. Not everything, but you'll see.
They can have a
Almost
hear.
all
Yep.
his stuff.
They can have a earpiece also. People also just can tell them what to say. Like
Uh-huh.
it's possible because
Yep.
you have to understand. Well, that's what I want to learn from these people. So learn these liars. Like what motivates them. How do they work? What's their plan? What's their to get into their sick head.
Learn how to
And
spot them.
yeah, there's a pattern to
Yep.
destroy them. After that. But the thing is that they're interesting. I feel like a psychiatrist. Is like a special case of a patient that we never had before. Like some like true psychopaths. Like fucking Hannibal Lecter. That's fucking it's a passion. It's like whoa.
Oh yeah, this is the thing. He think that the flat Earth are strawmanning because he's thinking that the pitch data show drastic changes. No, because the plane is not doing drastic movements,
Yep.
right? The plane is not even doing a lot of movement when it's doing on a cruising altitude. That's it. This designated altitude, and it's heading. It's not gonna deviate
Exactly.
at the precision of highly digital computers. It's not gonna matter. So it doesn't need to be drastic changes. That is the reason it's a straight line with the straight line of the sea level. There's no straw man. You guys don't understand or making shit up, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because if there's a drastic change that the plane is plumbing down to the water, go and see the piece data and see the drastic changes in the piece data. You're gonna see it.
They
The other
know.
people
They
think.
know. Yeah, I was just
Uh,
saying they know. They know.
have you seen the guys, that pilot's belly? The belly on his right side is much bigger than the left side. He's got a problem, or he's got something.
Wait, what?
His belly is much bigger, much farther
Oh, his
on
belly.
his belly on his right side than on his left side. It's clear. He's got something, some kind of problem. Maybe he didn't. No, I'm just saying. I don't know.
Man, here he's getting paid though.
Oh yes, he's getting paid. Yeah,
Mhm.
or maybe he does it for the greater good. Just like volunteers.
Mm,
He's a visionary.
yeah. It's going
And
to be
what their
interesting to
actual
see what
predictions.
other. Oh, go ahead, Vika. Go ahead.
No, go ahead and finish your thought, bro.
Well, I think it's going to be interesting to see what pilots that know what the truth is when they get annoyed with hearing enough of the bullshit. I want to start seeing them come out. You know what I'm saying? I really want to start seeing the pilots coming out en
Don't they sign
masse and saying,
non-disclosure, Vlad?
I don't, no, I don't know about that. I heard something about this, but I don't know for a fact if that's the case.
It's weird because over last summer I had to fly a few times, which I don't usually do, and I actually got one pilot to just come right out and say, "Yo, yeah, we did. We flew right over to flat Earth, like you said." I'm like, "Wow, could I get you on camera saying that? I won't even show your face." And he was like, "No, no."
You see?
And
See, he gets
so
bashful.
they don't want to do.
Uh,
I don't know if they have to
the,
sign. I've heard that. I don't know. That's why I'm asking if they have to sign some kind of
of course,
non-disclosure to say you can't
yes, and
discuss.
yes, of course they 100%. They
Well, then
cannot. They
that's a
cannot.
problem.
Huh.
Then what's the big friggin' deal?
You
Why
have to
can't they
take.
talk
Yeah,
about it?
yeah.
You have to
They
talk
could
to
talk about
retired.
the tires, the
Guys,
engine. You know,
I know few pilots, commercial airline pilots I was speaking to before Flatten the Curve, and they were not there because of the same reason.
Of course,
They told me that, brother, I am not ready to come out in the public. Like really
See?
known airlines.
Yep,
yeah, of course.
yep. See?
and I wonder
It's this.
now. You say that was, what, 4 or 5 years ago now. So I wonder if how those guys' stance is now. Is it any easier, or is it like, yeah, definitely no way?
I think
Yeah,
harder.
Yeah,
I think harder now.
No,
probably
there are
harder,
I would
there
say,
right?
are
I would
people,
agree.
guys. Go and
Go
see
ahead,
how
go
many
ahead, Vika.
pilots are there. Flatter pilots, new pilots coming out,
Wow.
guys.
You
Yeah.
can take a
Okay.
retired pilots. Here in Israel, we can maybe
Yes.
can find some, because in Israel we don't give a shit.
Yes.
We don't give a fuck
Yeah.
about what. So
I think.
I think here
Yeah.
we can find pilots here. I'll
Yeah.
check
Guys,
in.
I
there are
think more so. Go ahead. Go ahead.
pilots, radar operators, every kind, ex veterans, snipers, every kind of things. People are coming up and telling the truth, bro, because the people are enough of bullshit. There are even air stewards who are coming out.
Yep. See?
Are. So what I see a lot is flat earthers will make what they call globe predictions, but in reality it's just a straw man setup of what is true.
100% true. 100% true.
Yo.
Let's talk about flight planning. This is a big one because the flight paths on a globe versus a flat Earth would be drastically different.
Absolutely.
Planes need to get to their location. They need to get there in as short of a time as safely possible.
Yes.
They need to make sure they have enough fuel. And no one's going to fly on a commercial airline that is getting to locations in much longer times than other airlines.
Correct.
So everyone's using the same flight planning.
Yes.
Is flight planning done on a globe or a flat Earth?
It's absolutely done on a globe. I've got my app here, which is what I use in the aircraft all the time. And you can see very clearly that it's a...
Oh
we put our
yeah,
flight
look at that.
What a piece of clown, dude. It's Google Earth. Tell him to
There
zoom
it
in,
is.
yeah, and show us the with the curve. Go ahead and do that.
Look at that degenerate. Looks like fucking like, you know.
Boy.
Look at that face. Look at that fucking face.
Oh, you can't help his face,
Yeah.
but you can help you can help the noises coming out of it.
Oh my god.
Oh,
on
man.
that. We can
Oh,
overlay the instrument approach charts. We can pan around. You know, that particular route that I've marked on there now is from Sydney to...
Dude, it's like when you use a measuring tool on Google Earth. Show us the actual route with the terrain, with the
Yep.
waypoints. Show us
Yes.
that.
yes. Yes.
San Diego, and you can see that when you look directly above it, it will appear as a straight line. So yeah, absolutely false that flight planning is done on a flat Earth. It's 100% done on a globe. And
Ah,
So let me ask you something. If it's 3,000, let's say it's 3,000 miles from New York to California, how long would the flight be? All right. So to drive
dude.
straight line from New York to California to drive is 3,000 miles. How long would the flight be? It would have to be longer because of the arc going up and down.
Yes.
I don't know if that's significant or not, but it takes about a half an hour for a plane to start leveling off and get out and get up to level, don't it?
But not to mention, Gene, that, let me see. If the Earth is rotating, what direction is the Earth rotating again?
East to
Yeah.
west.
Yeah, so if it's rotating, it should, like this is what messes me up, and this is what messes people up. Depending on the direction that it's rotating, and if you're going with that direction, then it should take you significantly longer. It should.
No, I
But
mean
if you're going
mileage.
against it,
Just the
well, I'm
mileage.
talking about as far as speed is concerned.
No, I mean just the mileage. So in other words, one is a straight line. You can hold a string from end to end perfectly straight. The other one is arc string at the same distance, but the arc would create the string to be longer if you stretch it out.
Right.
So I'm wondering, is there any significance to that arch? Because then that would make the distance. But then again, I guess you couldn't really ever really tell because there's no straight line in between them, other than flying. There's no way to tell exactly how many miles without curvy roads, so it's kind of tough to say.
Yeah. So
Coast, you know what I
this is
mean?
the thing.
Coast to coast is a squiggly line, so it's really hard to say. But you know what I'm getting at, right? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
The mileage coast to coast is a certain dimension, and the arc, put arc on it, is a longer vertical line.
It's got to be.
It has to be,
it's
right?
gotta
It has to be. Even if it's small, it's still got to be known, be able to calculate that.
It's got to be. That's right. Huh. I never
And
thought about that.
The same with the ISS. What's the circumference at 230 miles above the Earth? That's a bigger circumference. So Does
Yes.
that mileage add up to the Earth's circumference, or the 230-mile additional, or the 460 miles to the diameter?
So yeah, the
Oh,
arc has to be bigger, right? The more
Yeah.
altitude, the
Of
right.
more
course, of
Yep.
course.
The bigger
distance
that
needs to
arc,
be
yeah.
covered.
That makes a
Never thought about
460 a 460-mile increase in the circumference, or sorry,
Yes.
in the diameter.
I know what you meant. I know what you meant. Huh.
That's a big
So then,
difference.
so then I wonder how they do it moving at those speeds at 17,500 miles an hour. How do they compensate for that much curvature at that speed? No, do you know how much faster that speed is than a 500-mile-an-hour plane?
Bro, it's 5 miles a second.
17. Yes.
You-
So
that- how,
what's
how are they
right?
reading the ground that fast and compensating for it all? How are they doing? It just freaks me out because I know they're not. But how?
Yeah, right. How the hell did they do that?
Yeah,
Where they do
5 miles a
that
second. They're reading the ground and falling into Earth. It's nuts. It's crazy.
It's the Narnia story, right? This is the thing. It's only happens in Narnia. It's not gonna happen in real life. Those distances, right? It should freaking zip by, right, in the horizon. Not it takes few
at? Yeah,
8, 7, 8 minutes like a normal jet, right? So this is the thing,
yeah.
guys. These clowns just showed us on a screen of a tablet an animation of a globe like Globe Earth, like Google Earth, and want us to accept that the navigation is done on a globe. This is their proof
Yep,
in 2025 of that the how the navigation is done on a globe. Zoom
yep.
in and show exact charts and the routes and waypoints and the VORs that the plane is taking between two destinations.
Yep.
Show where the curve is applied there. That's real data, right? Just an
Yep.
image of Google Earth is not going to show. So, guys, so same like a plane, even boats and ships, and even the train, the tom toms, right? We have these are like these applications are very similar, but of different fields, right?
Mhm.
Pre-planned routes are fed in, which is easier to work as a GPS, even though it's a tower triangulation connection. But the same thing is happening for ships and boats and for the planes, smaller planes, bigger planes, depending on the kind of planes. But the technology is the same, the applications are the same. It works on pre planned routes, which doesn't take into consideration any curve. Those are plotted waypoints and routes these vessels can take. There is no curve involved there anywhere in navigation of any kind. Just different fields, different applications doing the same shit. There is no curve, there is no globe. That it was just for the representation for these clowns to think that the Earth is a globe. But the real navigation is happening on plain, flat land, flat charts, flat waypoints, right? For sure, with topography, that's why you have the altitude and then you have the how do you call them, the proximity sensors on these planes and all these vessels and radars for proximity of other vessels and vehicles, right? The EGDIS in the ships is the same thing, pre-planned charts, routes for the ships, right? These all destroy existence of even the satellites, right? This is all triangulation through towers, through buoys, through pre-planned routes, through radio signals, right?
Yep. And all these lies are being enforced and reinforced with the, Hollywood industry. There are all the movies, and like people are like getting like bombarded in like with like movies, and they end up believing that fiction is reality. That's how they do it. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, they just had, somebody said before, they had William Shatner with
Yeah, that's it.
some
They're mixing up like
with
actors
Tyson
and
in Antarctica. You know, it's
what the fuck does an actor do? It's like in the real world. Like this is fucking crazy.
yeah,
Yeah.
these guys know part of the show.
Remember the movie 2012, The End of the World, the destruction of the world? I remember that at the time, people were confused because even in the news they were talking about that calendar of the Mayans or who the fuck ever, and people were like they didn't know we were talking here about the movie or about the real thing. They're mixing up like fiction with reality. That's how they get people confused. But this is bad, man.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, let's see what these people have more. Yeah, go ahead, Gene.
I was gonna say, confused people are easy to control.
Of course. Stupid people are easy to control.
Yeah.
Smart ones are harder.
I think all people are smart, but they get the smarts taken out of them.
They have the potential to be smart if they
Yeah,
start
exactly.
thinking.
Babies are smart,
We were always smart, but we always
Yeah.
at one point believed that they went to the moon. Doesn't
Well,
matter
exactly,
because we did
sure.
believe it. It's a question of believing, not we don't think. But
No,
if we check
exactly.
our beliefs, this is when we. So they dumb us down. They put us to sleep, put us into some kind of a coma.
Yeah.
And then and that's the way it is.
Yeah, man.
Go ahead, Vikka, shoot, man.
Sorry, bro.
If we can bring up the globe, I'll show you something that might make it a bit more
Again.
Yeah, hold the
If you
globe.
pick any two locations on the globe, let's say we were here and we wanted to go to here. How you find the shortest route is you would put a piece of string between 2 points
Aha!
and you would pull it as tight as possible, and it will then naturally fall across the Great Circle track. And you can do that between any 2 points on a globe. A bit of string here and a bit of string here, pull it tight, and that will then show you the
Who the hell uses and do that kind of navigation in today's world anywhere on a plane, on a ship, using a globe and a thread? Yep.
Not for
Great
nothing.
Circle path.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
That if you were to have that scale to size, a string would be two different lengths if it was from the globe or on a map. There's a problem with that curve. It can't measure flat if it's a curve. You can't have the two of them be the same.
Exactly.
Yeah, the Great Circle route is what is used by pilots to get from
Always.
point A to point B.
Always. Yep.
And let's talk about the Southern Hemisphere. You're obviously from Australia.
Yes.
So you're intimately familiar with the Southern Hemisphere. The Southern Hemisphere, in my mind, ever since I got into this whole flat Earth debate, was the key to settling the debate and it completely ending flat Earth.
Yes.
Because the Southern Hemisphere on a globe, south of the equator, everything gets closer and closer together.
Yes.
But on a flat Earth, everything gets further and further apart. And so when we get to the hemisphere,
Yes.
and we have flights that are going to go from, say, South America all the way to Australia, we're talking about here, which is the Great Circle route, which is the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere.
Correct.
And when you get really far south, you're actually going to find that you're going to head in a southerly direction toward Antarctica, and then kind of come back up north to, say, go from Santiago to Sydney.
Yes.
And so flat.
But isn't it the shortest route, right, from the two tips over the South Pole? Right? Anybody can put a string and see which is more shorter distance from the tip of South America to Australia. Is over the South Pole.
earthers, they first denied that these flights existed.
Yes.
How many times did you hear that?
All the time. And the funniest part is I heard that within a week of having just done one, having flown from, where were we? From Sydney, Australia. We were going to San Diego in Chile, the big flight. But the aircraft I was flying at the time didn't quite have the range to make it non-stop. So we stopped in Christchurch, New Zealand to refuel. But then from Christchurch, we were flying across to San Diego. Now, as it turned out, our arrival time was early in the morning. There was fog, so we ended.
So there was a stopover, right? But it was a very longer flight other than going from the South Pole, right? What's the matter? People can go on different ways from the same route these guys took, or what he's claiming that he took. It's a very longer route. That's why you have to refuel and stop. If you would have gone over the South Pole, you would have received maybe half of the fuel.
Ended up landing in Argentina, which was our alternate. But our flight was absolutely in the southern hemisphere at all times, and it went quite a way further south than the latitude of both Christchurch and San Diego.
Now,
and the reason before there might have not been the flights is because they need the planes with a higher range who can do those longer flights, right? Now you have planes who can go on for 20 hours.
once these flights were shown to be real, the flat earthers had to pivot. Let's ignore the fact that they actually said that if these flights were real, that would end flat earth and it would prove the globe. They have a history of doing that as well. They then pivoted and they started to claim that these planes were not flying the Great Circle route and were instead flying a straight route over a flat earth map, over an AE map to get there, which then meant that the back of the seat showing you the flight route was being faked. They would take magnetic compasses onto planes and try to show, oh, it's actually flying in a different direction. Talk about that, and especially why using a magnetic compass on a plane is not a good idea.
Absolutely. And I have videos on my channel that demonstrate this. I've taken a magnetic compass on our aircraft and on a number of commercial aircraft. I've placed it at various positions on the tray table, on the side panel in the aircraft, in our cockpit, and you can see that any metal near the compass is going to affect its position. Literally by moving this compass a few inches on the tray table, it can be pointing in completely the opposite direction. The compass that we have in an aircraft, it's especially shielded. It's located in a position where it will minimize the amount of interference, and it is also, we have, not in this aircraft, but in the smaller aircraft, we have a compass deviation card, so that when the compass is set up in the aircraft, they go out and they measure at different directions how much error is in the magnetic compass caused by the metal in the airframe, and they have a little deviation correction card in the aircraft. But yeah, to think that you can use a basic handheld hiking compass on an aircraft inside a metal frame and expect accurate results, it's completely unrealistic.
Yeah,
So,
and now
Vikka,
that the Santiago
if you got that compass on the equator pointing north, it's flat, right? Very sensitive instrument. Has to be pretty flat to work. If it's too tilted, it doesn't work anymore, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So let's go up to New York. It's still pointing straight ahead, but that's still north, right? How does that work? Around a curve. How does a flat instrument with a magnetic field work on a curve if it has to point straight ahead?
Oh yeah. It has to be horizontal, right? And flat for it to work.
Point.
Right. And given the distance between the equator and New York is, I don't know, a few hundred miles, 700, 800 miles or something, right? So that's a lot of curve, and it still works flat with a magnet.
Oh yeah, and this is the thing, without the compass, the navigation is not possible, guys. As you're saying, Gene, too, right? That that pointing to the north is from where you take the reference of how much degrees you have to be on any longitude or latitude
Yeah.
to go towards your destination, right?
Well, it can't work.
And if you are at
That's
the equator or near the equator, as you're saying, the plane is not going to show in the right direction. So this is the thing, right? The North Pole or the magnetic north works as a central reference point to be for any vessel that is moving on this flat plane to show its location and change the heading in reference to that magnetic north, depending as used as degrees. That's how you navigate on a flat plane.
Right, and that's how they fly too, bro. They got to keep when they're going east to west. They got to angle right a little bit every once in a while, and the
Exactly.
opposite. Hmm?
Yep.
So none of this is fault though. Everybody, this can't happen.
Yeah.
I like the compass. The compass should really make sense to a lot of people.
Yep.
It's got to be flat. How could it be
And
pointing north at the equator? Wait, now take it even further, past the equator. Still flat, still pointing straight ahead of you, north, or around the curve, all the way around. Now
yep.
that doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, it's like a God's
Yep.
positioning system, guys. The central north that emit that magnetic field that all the compass points to is your location, right? The magnetic field
Right.
is one of the best way to find your location, right? This is what happens when a device, even without internet, can have a GPS location. Like if you have downloaded Google Earth from an area, even without internet, you can see the real position. What is happening? That these devices are picking up the LPF, like lower frequencies of the magnetic north that is spreading all over the plane. So with a
Yep.
right map and a compass, you can navigate, right? That's the God's positioning system, it's called.
God's positioning system. Huh.
Hmm.
A what positioning system?
God's positioning system. I am putting it out. That's my way of
Oh
explaining
wow.
what is happening.
It's funny.
That's cool,
It's
bro.
funny that you say that. It's funny that you say that because if you look at Urbano Monti's map, right dead center, bullseye on the North Pole is a big old G.
Oh yeah, brother. I have this. When I had started doing flat earth thing, I already had this. I had my videos explaining this, how the electromagnetic fields and how these gadgets and compass and everything is picking up. That's God's ways of locating us on this flat realm, right?
Yep. Huh.
There are sensors. There are sensors in the electromagnetic device, right? For example, a mobile phone cannot have a magnetic compass, right? So there are digital compass, if you can call it, right? These are made through sensors which are built
Mm-hmm.
in those devices. That is the reason with the so-called GPS is working. That's like having a digital compass in your mobile phones or any devices or all this application these people use, right? They
Mm-hmm.
are kind of having magnetometers which pick up your real position and shows you where you are on X, Y, and all the other axes in relation to the north. That's God's
Yep.
way, man. This is real technology, right?
Yeah.
That's great, bro, because animals know their direction in this world. Plenty of them show
Absolutely.
display when in herds, individually, birds, butterflies,
Spiders.
wildebeest,
Yeah.
whales,
Spiders
all
on the
kinds of
spider.
fish,
Yes.
lobster, octopus, freaking
Absolutely.
everything, man. So that's a really great way to put that, Vika. I like that, man.
Yeah.
God's
Spiders.
positioning system.
Spiders. Yep. Spiders on a spider web knows everything. Everything. No matter how big or intricate
Dude,
their spider web is, it kind of
bruh,
functions the same way. They know
bro,
exactly where everything is.
the spiders have 7 different types of web too, bro. I like that for evolution.
Wow. That I
Yep,
did
they
not
do.
know.
Dude, I don't know if all of them do, but many of them definitely do.
Hmm.
7 different
Wow.
types for different projects, different
Different purposes.
applications. That's crazy,
Oh,
man.
okay. Yeah.
Some to build the web, to cocoon the meal, different parts of the web,
Right.
bro. They're
Right.
crazy. I love nature, bro. I try to learn as much as I can about it because it's just
Yeah. I ain't gonna.
so cool.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, man. I can't with spiders like that, man. I just can't do it, bro. I can't do it, man. I just can't do it, man. Sorry.
I had a tarantula when I was a kid.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I never touched it. I didn't really pick it up too much,
Yeah, nah, fuck that. I'd have
Yeah,
to wear a
man.
suit of
I gave
armor
it
to
back
get
to the
that thing
pet store
to
though.
crawl
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
up.
And this is the thing, guys. That is the reason, the importance of the North Pole, as you are also mentioning, right, Iron? The G in the center, right? The North
Yep.
Pole, the Polaris, the Big Dipper, the way it functions for celestial navigation, right? The geomagnetic fields, right? Uh, the devices that picks it up. This is an intelligent design, guys. So absolutely.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
So
bro.
my question then, so check this out. This is my question then. You know how they're saying that the North Pole is moving?
Yeah, the
If the
$26,000.
North Pole is
Yeah,
moving,
yeah.
yes. If the North Pole is moving, does that mean that Polaris is moving too? You know what? Let me tell you something. If the North Pole is moving, this is why them motherfuckers got rid of that goddamn Georgia Guidestones shit, man. If that motherfucker was moving like they said it was after all those years, you'd be able to look through the Georgia Guidestones and you'd lose it every time you look through it. You should never be able to see the North Pole after a few years. But it seems that since the 80s, from 2022, 2023, whatever the time was, they struck that motherfucker down. You could see the North Pole through that Georgia Guidestone hole like clockwork. Now that we don't have that there, how can we tell? I mean, aside from, do you follow what it is I'm saying?
Yeah, bro. That
Because
was
they're
a
saying,
physical.
oh,
That was a public physical
yes,
location. People could witness that through.
yes, exactly. Now they could come up with anything and say, oh yeah, the North Pole is it's moving, dog. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. We can see right through the hole. That star is sitting right there. What are you talking about?
So you know what that means, bro. We got to start like building our own.
Yes. Shit.
Take up at an angle where you can look, almost like a telescope, but just a stick or like a steel bar.
Yep. Yep. And use that as a point of reference or something.
Yeah,
And
a little with
yeah,
a
if it
little
deviates
circle
from
on
there,
either end. You line it up, and that should be right there all the time.
every time. Yep.
I gotta try that, man. I gotta
Every
try
time.
that. Oh,
Yeah,
but you
because
know
if
what?
that's
I
the
mean, you gotta
case,
really anchor it. I have a 3-foot frost line, so for really to do something really well, I'd have to anchor it 3 feet down, 4 feet down into the ground because the ice will move it during the winters.
yeah, yeah. Yep.
I got to think about
Them
that.
Georgia
Hey guys,
Guidestones.
I was
Yeah, them
just telling
Georgia.
my dad about the Georgia Guidestones, so thank you for bringing that up, Vlad. I just jumped out of the shower and heard y'all talking about it, and I wish me and my dad would have had a chance to go together down there because we live in Georgia.
Oh,
But yeah,
you never
Bro,
checked it out?
I was just explaining. I was explaining to him about that was a good example of how we know the sky is moving, not the ground. Right?
Right.
It's a good way
Oh man,
to see the
you
because
never.
every so many years, you wouldn't be the
Right.
Polaris would move out of that hole. Yeah. Yep.
Yes. Yeah, it would have moved, right? Totally. But you want to know something? They destroyed it so they could come up with their bullshit. Oh, it's a bit. The North Star always moved. The Polaris or
Yeah.
the North Pole is moving still. Like, dude, if it's
Hey, and did
moving,
anyone
then
see those
Polaris should
videos
move.
where it looked
Which
like a
ones?
plasma charge hit the stone and it blew it
yeah, it
up?
looked
It
like a
wasn't like
freaking
Huh?
firecracker.
yeah, man. I'm telling you, something in the sky called
Oh,
a DEW. Yep.
No, they blew it. That's
oh, you mean the stones?
Yeah. Yep. That's how they destroyed them with the weapons up there. Yep.
Yeah, they said so much shit. They said a terrorist did it with bombs. They said a lightning strike did it. They said all kinds of stuff, man. Like I don't even like. I'm like, oh, they're so full of shit. Like anytime they say something, I'm like, like
Like, yeah,
Yeah.
it
It's the
right.
makes my
What's
complete
head hurt,
that?
opposite
man.
usually. Right. Right.
Yeah,
It's
like
usually
I'm
some
like,
bullshit thing that we all know is wrong. Like we can see with our own eyes that thing fucking exploded, man, and that's like pure granite, like
right,
some of the hardest shit on earth. Yeah.
yes,
Really?
yes.
I don't
It's
remember that. I remember seeing a guy get out of a car. He ran back into his car and like a little explosion went off.
Yeah. Yeah. But it was very
yeah,
bright.
and
Like
the
it was
next
like an
day,
electric. It was very powerful and concentrated. Let's say
Yeah, but
it wasn't
Georgia
like
got
a TNT.
Yeah, Georgia got legal fireworks. It could have been anything. That was just
Right. Right.
crazy
yeah,
though. So you blow
True.
a brick-sized chunk off the bottom of a monument, and you know what? Yeah, let's take this all down. That makes no
yeah,
sense.
man, man. Do you
I'm
know how
surprised they
much?
didn't
Yeah,
set it on
look,
fire and say a fire destroyed it.
exactly. Do you know if I was
Right.
to do
Yep.
something like that, they would have gotten me. They would have put me in jail. They would have showed They would have shown my face.
Oh man, they would have
Everybody
hung
in
you
this
out to
world would know
dry in
who I was.
public,
Yes.
right?
There's no way in hell
Totally.
somebody just does it. Oh, we had a terrorist do it. You don't. Oh, so you mean to tell me you're not going to hang him out to dry? You're not going
Yeah,
to
really.
tout his face in public to everybody
And
for
then,
And what
everybody
about
to
all
yeah,
the
see
and
and
they threw
punish
it.
countries?
him?
They
What about all
they
the
threw it all
countries that
under the
was
rug.
dedicated
After a
to it?
while,
Yeah.
they took the videos down. What it looked like to me, guys, and this is just my opinion. It looked like that dude, whoever that was, painted the target. And if you're in the military, you know what I mean. Painted.
Mhm. Mhm.
Hmm.
With a
Yeah.
laser, shine it with a laser.
Yep. Yep. And it can be invisible. You don't have to see it. It can just light it up in
Yeah.
in
Totally.
the infrared spectrum or something or microwave.
Infrared. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
infrared. Yeah,
Or
see those
remote,
in
maybe?
case. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, I just sent to each one of you on your Telegram, the true globe model, because they have a model, but I didn't want to put it here. So just you have it on your Telegram. Just take a look at it.
Well,
All right.
You'll understand.
their model is
Yeah,
Look
wrong.
for that.
that's why I'm excited. That's why I'm excited to try to connect heaven and earth. In my view, if I can't do it, I can't do it. But by God, nobody else is fucking trying to do it. So I'm going to put it out there and let it ride.
True. True. Yeah, man. Yeah. I think
Hey, but what did I
they
miss?
tried to.
What did I miss in the last couple of 20, 30 minutes? Anything I need to
Um,
jump on?
yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. Gene and them a little bit. Gene and them were talking about how we should be able to, if this place was curving, it would be significantly longer to get from point A to point B, going from east to
Yeah.
west or west to east, based off of the curvature, the actual curvature. Kind of like if you
Yeah.
dropped a line going from
Mm-hmm.
east to west, because of that curvature, you can measure, the actual distance that, all these things that would, you know what I'm saying? That would actually play
Yeah,
out
yeah, yeah.
because it's curved.
and the higher you go, guys, remember that it expands. The circle gets bigger, or their sphere gets
Yes.
bigger the higher you go. So
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
Yes.
That's
We
when
spoke about
we
that
brought
part
up.
too.
Yeah, we brought up the ISS at that point. So that adds
Yep.
230 miles to the diameter, and no, 230 miles to the radius, and 460 miles to the diameter
right.
Wow.
of the alleged globe.
And you know what's really giving and telling that people don't realize is that these these air corridors, right? They're the
Mm,
certain heights. You got your clockwise movement, and then as you go down or up, you got your uh, counterclockwise
counter.
movements, which is
Yes.
showing counter rotating systems as you go up. So it's not like one atmosphere; it's like
Yeah.
a bunch of different things going on at once
It's
that you got to
layers.
account
It's
for.
layered.
Yep, and
The
it can
sea,
add or
the
take
water.
away speed. You know, it can add or take
Right.
away
Well,
speed.
so
Remember that.
right. Water functions the same way. Water functions the same exact way. When you drop in depth, or you climb in depth, sometimes the water flows in different directions. And then also the same thing as far as the temperature change. You go through thermoclines. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
So different depths of the water will give you different directions sometimes, and then different
Yeah.
temperatures as well.
Air currents. Yep. Yep. Hey, and
Hmm.
I got to get off here, or I got to mute up at least. I got a couple things to do personal, but just to add to that, Vlad, something
Yep.
important is um, people got to realize that these planes and the way their engines are designed is just like we stole it from nature, right? We've stolen quantum locking, we've stolen
So much.
electrostatic tethering. We've taken that technology, and people don't realize that at certain when you get above the weather patterns, that these counter rotating engines create a bubble around, and we can go into that more later. But yeah, don't be fooled. These things are not using as much fuel as you think. Yeah, they're tapping into
Nope.
nature, and yep.
Yep.
But I'll be back.
Just
I'll be
mimicking it.
right back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's some of
Oh
the
yeah.
most. I think some of the more successful devices that we have, they just take on what nature already does, and we just manipulate it to do whatever it is we need it to do.
Bro, that's like
Oh
with
yeah.
everything, pharmaceuticals,
Yeah.
all
Yep.
kinds of machinery,
Hmm.
cameras,
Hmm. Yep.
all of it, everything.
Oh yeah.
Even the airwaves. That's where we get into we should be able to communicate telepathically, like these phones do
Yes.
through the airwaves. I
Yes.
think they just fuzzed up that communication between us and the animals
Yep.
and the insects and the trees. Bro, if we could like really communicate and get back to nature, start communicating with the animals, the trees, the plants,
Hmm.
the insects, then we would work in harmony with nature, and then we can have nature turn against these creeps that are doing this stuff. So imagine,
Yeah.
we got our village and these guys want to try to invade, but when we turn all the bees against them, and the bees drive them out of town
Yeah.
because they can read the frequency. That's
Exactly.
my idea of it. Or if we're in the
Yep.
ocean, the whales come and save us, kind of help us
Like
out or what
Aquaman.
have you, because
Like
we
Avatar.
want to work with them, man.
Yep. Yep.
Trees would
Now
grow in the right
it's funny.
spots.
Yeah. It's funny that you mentioned that because I had a guy on my show, Black Light. He mentioned a book that I totally forgot about that I read like 25 years ago called The Celestine Prophecy. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but
No.
he mentioned the Celestine Prophecy, and basically what you're talking about. This is what they achieved in that book, just how to
Really?
connect with nature. Yes, yes, that book. It's a series. I read the first one, which was the Celestine Prophecy. It's a green hardback book. At least the one that I read was, and it basically talks about these people's adventures of going into South America and trying to. I forgot what they were trying to figure out. It's been a while since I read it. Amazing book, won all these awards, and they're connecting with nature. And then now the government is going after them because they're figuring out these crazy things on how to connect with nature and the things that they can achieve and the food that they can
Wow.
eat and the best practices in which they can achieve all this until fine. I don't even like. I really want to give the ending away. I can't do it. You got
Yeah,
to read it.
Hey,
dude, that
I'm gonna
sounds
give you
Don't
a
want to give
little
it
awesome.
away.
teaser to what he's saying is also it's starting to be a little more in the limelight and brought back up from the 80s and 90s. If you were in the gifted program or what they call the GATE program as a child and you don't remember a lot about what was going on, I'm telling you, you're special. And they're starting to talk about it more and how to create these connections at the Monroe Institute. Like they're freely giving people these things, but it's retired CIA. So be careful. Don't just go into these things to learn about them, from the 80s and 90s first and dig in a little bit. Yeah. Just be careful.
Oh yeah, guys. Before we continue, I just want to give quick shout out to our brother Flat Banjo. He's in the chat. Says he's gonna be with us
Hey,
in a while,
Eddie,
so
what's going on, man?
he's gonna join us in 10 minutes. Oh yeah, absolutely,
nice.
brother.
Very
We will.
cool.
I just wanted to play this a little bit more.
Chicago to Sydney flight has been confirmed. Our mutual friend Critical Think
Yes.
just took this flight, filmed the entire thing on his way home from being in Antarctica with the final experiment.
Yes.
Now that this flight has been shown to be a real flight and that the path is not going on a straight line on a flat Earth, that was very easy to show because people who take this flight can film out the window and occasionally see Antarctica.
Yeah.
And they also travel to the south of New Zealand
Yes.
before coming up north to Sydney. And so now on a flat Earth, which takes the southern hemisphere and makes it just huge, it takes the southern hemisphere and it puts it like this, they now have to make a route that goes 2 to 3 times the distance to accurately map what people are seeing out the window. And that flight is just not possible either.
No.
Dude, what the bullshit are these people speaking, right? If it's on a flat map, why we have to take the curve? Do we have extra fuel, or it's a lot of fuel, right?
So
What the hell
Jesuits,
is wrong with these people?
those are monks. Those are fucking monks. Those are fucking Jesuits, man. Fucking sick motherfuckers.
Making it up. They making it up. They I don't think they heard of what's his name's voyages. Freaking what's his name? Old dude, the British dude that died out there in Polynesia and stuff. You know who I'm talking about? Cook. Was it James
Captain
Cook or
Cook?
Robert Cook? Captain Cook. There we go. Where he's talking about, man, I just kept going in circles and circles for like 70,000 miles.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
And he
said
was
it.
off. He was off by like 8 miles a day or something crazy like that.
Yeah. Yep. He said it. He details it. So you don't have to be in a plane.
Oh yeah.
That's right. And I think a lot of the explanation they have for that is that the aeroplane is flying in extremely strong jet streams. Now, you're never going to get a jet stream that is 100% favourable to your flight in both directions, It's going one way. So, as an example, we fly Sydney.
Dude, that's a disinfo. The beams can go in different directions at different altitudes, right? That is how the satelloons change
Yep.
directions and cover a particular area just by changing altitudes,
Altitude.
right?
Yep.
Going in
True
different
story.
directions. Yep.
Yep.
You have routes where plane goes in both directions, right? And it takes, even on the same route, it can take an hour and a half of difference depending on which direction you are going. right? So
Hmm. Hey, has anyone noticed that, the section of land, let's say, quote unquote, that is nobody in the Antarctic Treaty travels on or travels around? I've never noticed any planes flying over that section of the Indian Ocean, but that's just me.
The Indian Ocean, like in the Indian. Where exactly?
Yeah,
all of the
let's
south,
let's say, hold on,
the all of south near the ice wall is all restricted
yes.
area.
Well,
That is the reason you cannot
let
go
me.
out.
Okay, yeah, let me explain what I mean by that, because I heard a little curiosity in Vlad's voice. So let's say we're going right over Greenland, going north, right? I mean,
Right,
straight over where the Thule Air Base is, right?
right,
And you just keep going north, and you cross
right,
Hyperborea, and you cross the other side,
right,
and you end up in the
right.
Indian Ocean all the way to the wall. That's where I'm talking about,
Okay.
where it's off limits, basically. There's no scientific stuff going on. There's no
Oh,
air traffic over it. Yeah, yeah.
right.
That's what I mean.
Um. Okay. I think right there. I think right around there. Isn't that at the Indian Ocean? What's the longitude on that? What's the longitudinal area?
Let's see. We all know latitude is 60 permitted or prohibited. I think it's
Oh,
like between,
longitude
and
wise.
don't take this for a gospel, but that one spot where they went down there, they took Judas and Austin, right? Well, if
Right.
you notice right there in that one spot, uh, the magnetic declination cranks up to 179, and anywhere to the right of that, over to where the summer gate's supposed to be, right? All the
Right.
way from that magnetic. I think they're throwing us off with the compasses, and the electromagnetic like frequency is way up, and yeah, that's what I'm talking about, though, where they took them and right of that all the way across the wall to where the summer gate's
Right.
supposed to be in the Indian Ocean. But I don't know the exact
This.
longitude. You can look at it.
Oh. Okay. Jeez. There's so many questions that I have. I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even know which
Well,
where to begin. To
it's
be honest.
it's turning you around. That's what it's doing once you get to the wall. Turning you around, saying you're going
What's the,
north, but you're really still going south. It's how the magnetic compass would read. Yep.
but okay. I'm trying to think. The Indian. Because now that you're saying
And
the
there's no
Indian
bases.
Ocean.
There's no military
Right.
bases. I've got a map that I can show you that Dave has also pulled up from time to time. You see all these bases going around, and this is where they this is where they take people. All right, to say you're in
Right.
Antarctica, this is where they do the run. The what Run Boston Bear is going to go do in December.
Right. What's
They
he gonna?
all the
Okay.
activity
Okay.
for civilians happens right there in these spots, right? But all the military
Hmm.
bases splay out from there over, and then you got a big blank area where it says in the Antarctic Treaty, there's no one. This is not, that area isn't for anybody. Basically, is what they're saying. But I think they have an alternate space program, and they shoot people way south, but and they've got the upper hand because they're already south. I think they send them to other lands. That's just my
I got
outlook.
what you're saying. So they're shooting them across further out.
Sorry, man. Me and my dad are talking. Yes, I think it's a very good possibility, because what they store
Okay.
over there, what the alternate fuels may be, like hydrogen to
Right.
water, kind of stuff
Machinery.
that they keep from us. Yeah, machinery,
Scenery. Yes.
whatever, and what was frozen from, like you said, our system is moving. The the magnetic north is moving, has been, and I think it just refreezes, and we close off those areas to keep certain groups of people here.
Yeah.
But if it's truly refreezing, if this is truly happening, would my question is there a correlation between the magnetic pole moving and the North Star, its position? Wouldn't that also move? That's my
I
question.
think only
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think the
magnetic
sky.
guys.
Yes.
It's only
The
the
sky's
magnetic.
moving, and the three magnetic mountains, right? They don't move.
Right.
Those are set in stone. And the next magnetic mountain over, if you're in Greenland, right? We know there's one in the very center, and then as you go through Greenland, there's another big entrance into the hollow Earth part, right? And it's a big
How
magnetic
do we,
mountain as well. That's going to be our new geographic north.
geographic?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
You?
It'll change, I
I
think.
don't.
Yeah,
How do we? Oh, I don't. I don't.
because
I
it's
wouldn't.
moving in the sky. The center point, it's magnetic in the
Right.
sky, right? Yep, and it
But
matches
so
up
then
to
there's a
it'll.
so
There's a
so then
correlation.
there's a
Yeah.
correlation between, okay, then if that's what I'm saying, if there's a correlation, right, Vika, I'm sorry, I know you had a question. I know you had a question, or you were going to say something, Vika. I apologize for that. I just want to ask one question real quick. If there is a correlation and they've claimed to have seen movement this whole time, the Georgia Guidestones have been up since 1980, 1981, something like that. Wouldn't we, and that hole has been there the whole time, wouldn't we have
It moves a
seen a
degree every
movement
70 years. Yeah, it's a
every
movement. I think it's every 70 years. It moves 1 degree magnetically. It'll move the main star, right? That matches with our geographic,
I
north.
think okay. My opinion would be that it might be doing a
Yes.
wobble or something like that, but it's not really moving from its position, right? The
Okay.
magnetic north could be moving, right? But the real true north, where the North Pole, the Polaris aligns, doesn't move, right? If you go in deeper, we are speaking about maybe a
Right.
multiple domes, right? And
Yeah,
maybe
that's true
the
too.
lower dome is moving, but the central
Mhm.
axis of the two domes is still the Polaris, right?
Well,
Which is the
remember,
true north.
what the Bible says about the stars being our guide, you know, and
Right.
the luminary.
Right.
Yeah. So be
Yeah.
careful with
But
not
yeah,
at least don't discard that,
yeah,
possibility.
yeah. But Vika, what were you saying though? Yeah, I wanted to hear what Vika was saying. He was finishing up. Go ahead, Vika.
Yeah, so this is the thing, right? The real true north, where the Polaris is, it's not gonna ever move, right? Maybe we are having some maybe distortion because of the possible second dome in our vision dome makes it look like that it might be doing a wobble or something, but in reality it's really at its place. The magnetic north might move, but the true north is never gonna move, right? So imagine if you're putting a dome within a dome, and a smaller dome is moving in the main big dome, right? But the central north, the central pole, the central mountain, it's always going to be there, right? The
Okay.
connecting to the North Pole, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. There is a very central one. Yeah. Hey, and Vika, do you think it's just our era and our time that we do get to see movement of the heavens to give us a warning or something like that? You think? Because it always
Oh
says
yeah,
northwest, that the magnetic is moving north and west. Like if you look at the moon map
Yeah.
theory, you know what I mean, and those cycles. Like I was saying, if you go past the magnetic mountain and you just keep going straight south through the Indian Ocean, you're going to end up at the big main center, North Point. That we've never really been to, or that at least I don't know of anyone that's been to the real North Pole.
Oh yeah,
like a
brother.
bigger
Some
dome, like the main dome, and the little smaller domes is where our magnetic mountain, Rupus Negra is. Do you
oh yeah,
think maybe?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
brother. Absolutely. These all
Okay.
works like gears. These all work like gears, right? This is all. Everything is there in the, how do you call, when you make horology, right? The real secret knowledge is being kept secret about this whole existence of what this realm could be, the precision of the equinox, the cycles, which could go in thousands of years. In reality, it's all a clock
Yeah.
with gay
Yeah.
ratios that repeats itself. That's the
Yeah.
beauty of the intelligent design, right?
Yeah, really.
Mm. It's just our verse. Like right now, while we're experiencing this, they call it una. So one verse, it's just a verse in a book, or a chapter. I like how you put that though, Vika. Thank you for that.
Oh yeah, brother. This is, it's nothing new under the sun, and it's all been really, uh, in a way, coded there in everything, in all the symbols and everything we see, all the designs, everything. It's all right there in front of our faces. But it's yeah, it's
Yeah.
people need to
And I
look at
think
it
the
more
truth
deeper.
scares people, right? That fear that people have is just a natural reaction to the unknowing, what they don't know, they're not comfortable with not knowing, right? But when
Yeah,
you
that's
really
that.
know your creator and your father and his purpose, it feels relieving to me to know that, this kind of thing is happening, and it's touching people in different ways. But I'm ready for a shift, brother. I'm ready.
Oh yeah, maybe Sam can add something to this, right? There are people also in Jewish watchmakers that have these secrets too, right? I don't know if you have heard it, Sam, but this
Well,
cosmology and this realm and exist, it's all there. It's all represented, right?
what are you
Same way
talking
as the
about?
Kepler say that the realm is a giant clock. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, everything in the Torah turns around the clock. If you see the position of the sons of Israel, 12 tribes with a central tribe, and you have like 13 months in the year, like it's a calendar. Everything is linked to time in the Torah. All the
The
miracles
lunar
in the Torah
lunar
are
calendar.
about time, not about space. For example, when the sea opened up, the miracle was not that the sea opened up, but that it opened up at the exact time when we needed it. So everything is about time. It's about time in the Torah, of course. Is the is I don't know how to put that in terms, but it's like the mothership of science. You have all the sciences like biology, physics, astronomy, all the sciences of the earth, which are the sciences of the space, and then you have another science which is above that, which is a science of time. So this is deep shit. But I know that yeah, of course, the secret of immortality is linked to time. It's to how to master time. How to you know extend time.
Mhm.
The time is very important. Clock, time, whatever. It's very important.
Well, when
Yeah,
they
because
when
they,
they I wanted to
yeah.
ask you this, Sam. When they changed the lunar calendar, 13 months, like you said, at 28 days, it was a base. It's called base 10 mathematics, right? We used five of our fingers on one hand, five on the other. But when they changed it to solar timing, right, and worship the sun, it was base 12 with 12 months, and you had to have a leap year every four. So with base 12 mathematics, it messed everything up from
Yeah.
Yes.
360 days to 365 or
The
point four, whatever. Yeah.
Jewish calendar takes in account, the movements of the sun and the moon. The Arab calendar only, takes in account the movements of the moon, and the Christian calendar is the movement of the sun, and it's not correct. That means that, for example, the day you were born, the day and the very minute you were born, the stars are in a certain position in the sky, or the sun, the moon, and in the Jewish calendar, when you celebrate your birthday, so the true birthday is supposed to have that same situation in the sky, the same exact stars in the same position than the day you were born. and it's not the case when you
Is,
celebrate your
is this
birthday
where astrology came from? Like the idea of astrology?
astronomy, not astrology.
Astronomy. Okay. Gotcha. I've
Astronomy.
never believed in any of that. I don't know. But a lot of people do have successful lives based off of things like that. But yeah. Hey, Flat Earth Banjo, I've never met you, sir. How are you doing?
Hey, Eddie, how are you?
Hello,
Welcome,
Vikka.
brother.
Well, thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, Vikka, Jean, and Sam is in the house also.
What's up?
And
What's up, Vic?
I can't really know. I kind of need the glasses right now. My eyesight's going bad. So I'm doing fine, thanks. First time I meet artist, right? Is that what's your
Oh yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
RG.
Yeah.
RG,
RG?
don't
Yeah.
call
How
him.
do you feel about the conversation? Like, what does it tell you internally, and what do you feel as if the community needs right now to
Okay.
understand better?
Well, I think Vikka is going in the right direction. You know, like we have to move away from the main characters that led Flat Earth up to this time and totally, create our own communities. And one way that I'm trying to make sure that we can all have meetings like meetups with 2 3 people weekly, invite a new person every week. And we don't need those big conventions led by fake flat earthers anymore. Uh, you know what I mean? Like you can still spread flat earth, and we don't
Yes.
need those TV celebrities. We can
Right.
do it on
Right.
our own, just like we are doing here in Japan.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's I love to come here because it's a small chat here, but it's a very highly concentrated, with truth. Like truth is highly concentrated here, and it's a high quality podcast all the time. So this is
Yes.
what
And no
maybe you want to say,
negativity.
that
Yeah,
we have
I
to
like
go
that.
with the quality, not with the quantity. We have
Yeah,
to.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Thanks, brother. I agree.
One more thing I want to highlight today because the show is about these two guys. And it's not that they don't know how. I'd say that Duffy probably doesn't know how an airplane flies, but uh, Wolfie knows. What happens is he's just a liar. He
Of
knows.
course,
I had this conversation with him for years, and he knows how the airplane flies. He just lies.
of
It's a
course,
liar.
of course. That's what I said. He's a pilot, but he's a liar.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. He
Very
knows.
simple.
I had this conversation with him. When he claims like I have the videos, and actually I want to make a short video about his interview with Duffy, where he says he has to adjust for the when the Earth is rotating under the airplane. We all know that that doesn't happen. So he's a big time liar, deceiver, and that's his job, to keep the masses in the dark.
Yes, exactly. Those people enjoy it too.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
we were laughing, bro, when he was showing that the level and the other guy was spinning the ball. Like, this is how they want the people to believe how it works, right? We are like almost like covered half of their thing, and it's like they have nothing, like nothing,
Like
right?
nothing. Big time liars put together. So I don't know. They eventually, like I was blind, back when I was in my 30s, someone told me that nobody landed on the moon. I was like, you're crazy. But
Mhm.
eventually my eyes were open. So hopefully, a lot of people
Mm.
will open their eyes.
Yes.
Well
Yeah.
put. Well put. I do think also that the closer that you are to the equator, the more effects that you would feel when you're flying. Like just to kind of explain what I mean is, how we have this lift, um, uh, and we have this push down as well. It's kind of it goes hand in hand there, closer to the equator as the toroidal motion presses down on things, and it's evident in nature, right? Like the spiraling patterns, the 1.618 phi ratio, like the golden ratio, the golden mean. But my point is, when these planes get closer to the side that is lifting instead of pushing, you're going to get a whole lot more ability to, let's say, not use so much gas or something along those means. You see where I'm going with it? Like, I don't know if y'all believe in the toroidal motion of the atmosphere above us, in the heavens, but it does translate down, but it also.
Only RG got dropped again.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Yeah, he'll be back. But I see what he means. The sky's rotating, and of course, it has some influence on the Earth here. Earth is fixed and cannot be moved, but the sky does move, rotates, and of course, this is probably what causes what they call the Coriolis effect. But not that the Earth is spinning; it's the sky that is spinning.
Oh yeah. We'll try to play this a little bit.
Sydney to
Yeah,
Perth
go ahead.
quite often, and going from Sydney to Perth, we're usually flying into a headwind. Coming Perth to Sydney, we're usually flying with a tailwind. So there's about an hour difference in the flight time, going to Perth and then coming back. It's usually faster coming back. But their argument is that the aeroplane's in a jet stream that is adding hundreds and hundreds of miles per hour to the speed to explain the extra distance. And another thing I've heard is that the planes fly faster than what we're told. Completely wrong,
Dude, the plane
That's a lie.
can
It can be
fly.
shown.
Oh yeah, the plane can
Sorry.
fly really fast if it's going in the headwinds. Yeah. They want us to believe that it's just going at 500 miles an hour, right? The jet stream does makes a difference, and it doesn't have to
Yes,
go in a
and
curve, right? Yep.
the projection maps that can be shown at certain altitudes, and we also know that at certain levels we can get above the jet streams, right, and take advantage of not flying through the weather. So, yeah, you're right. This guy's a bald-faced liar.
The thing,
Yeah,
lying is their religion. This is that them religion is lying, just lying. It's amazing.
yeah,
Well,
I mean, look at his argument. Just like we have in Brazil, when you fly from Rio to São Paulo, you go from east to west. If Earth is rotating under the airplane, as he himself already claimed in other videos, that he has to adjust for the Earth's rotation. So that means that from Sydney to Perth, it should take only 2 hours, because he's going from east to west, while Perth is coming from west to east, but it takes longer. It takes an hour longer because it's going against the jet streams. That's why it takes longer.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, he knows that. That's what I'm saying. He knows that. He's a pilot and he knows that. But he has to lie because, I don't know, man. That's probably he sold his soul.
Eddie, did you say you talked to him, Eddie?
Several times, man. I had this guy. I'm gonna make a short video on him because he even had threats. He threatened me. A couple times, and I have the screenshots. I saved the screenshot.
What?
That was like 5 years ago.
Like personally, like he threatened
Yeah,
your body.
yeah. He told me, like I live in Japan. He told me he was gonna come to Japan, and I traveled to New Zealand a couple times. Once, and he said, "Oh, I'm gonna meet you. I'm gonna pay you a visit in New Zealand or something like that."
Yeah,
Yeah,
some of these guys, man, what they do is they try to make themselves look better and bigger in front of people. But you know what, man? I really hope that nothing happens to you, and just stay aware. These kind of people sometimes might lose their cool, and yeah, I've heard of people acting crazy on others for no reason.
And that's one thing that we should not forget, because behind this, like, nice, cute faces and smiles, these people are like big time criminals. They're like bandits. They're criminals, and I tell you something, if they had to be judged, I believe it will be, a very harsh sentence. They'll be, they have to pay, because these people are like, this is a mafia. This is not normal. What they're doing is like, it's a crime. So never forget that. It's not just like people lying for for the fun of flying. Those are monsters. So we have to deal with them as such. Don't forget who they are.
Yeah, these people. This is the thing. For as Eddie was also saying, right? There are many pilots like these who are globy pilots who knows the Earth is flat, but they're
Yeah.
pushing the globe. Right? Many are upset. There are many also on Facebook, right? Globy pilots trying to push
Yeah.
because they need these kind of fake ones for the
Yeah.
narrative.
Yeah,
Yeah, and Vika, what's happening is he's probably part of the reason why these kind of algorithm changes are happening, and they're happy when the red words are put about archaic beliefs of flat Earth. Like they're the reason why a lot of these things are happening, and it's like you were right. Like it's almost like the mafia where they get together and they try to snuff out what others believe. And if flat Earth wasn't so dangerous and this and that, why are they still trying to make others believe different? That's
Well,
crazy. They
because
don't have anything better to do. It's
no,
wild.
it's a war, man. It's a war. It's a big time. It's a big time war.
Yep.
It's not
Well, it's a
joke.
spiritual war, right?
Yes, of
The
course.
truth,
It's a
the truth will
very
always win.
and a very old one too. It's not. It just didn't start with Duffy. Believe me, started a long time ago. We're living the final battle, the final the final stage.
Okay. Oh yeah, this is the thing, right? In the almost we are 4 hours. These guys didn't show nothing credible. Playing with toys, making shit up, showing us Google Earth,
So
right?
so that's why I'm wondering. Maybe do they have like another reason for doing this because they know we're not going to buy it. They know it's stupid. What they say is stupid. They're not. I don't believe that that's stupid to believe that we're going to believe them. So maybe they have a different, objective into like putting up their show there. You understand?
Well, they're trying to convince anybody willing to watch, and people who are just learning about this because it's so popular. Space fans, they're gonna look for stuff like this. They're trying to, you know what I mean? This is some people are gonna believe these guys, and that's probably good for them. I hate to say it,
Yeah,
but
and you're right. Like the convincing lingo and the smiles, and then the nice
yeah.
dress. Got the plane in the background.
I'm surprised there's
People
no
on the
music
fence are
going on in the background too.
right,
That
right,
hypnotizing.
right, right.
So
Yeah,
no, but Eddie, the reason why I was asking you that was because since you've had conversations with this guy, um, then that really puts him in the liar position because I can't imagine you weren't able to show this guy some evidence where he couldn't argue the facts. So if he's just arguing this, then he's just lying.
Well, he became more like, let's say, violent when I
Yeah.
challenged him to. He posted a video where he said he was adjusting for the rotation of the Earth while he was flying. And then I asked him, "Well, where is your video showing that you are adjusting for the curvature of the Earth? Like you fly, you're moving the nose of the airplane down." That what really triggered him. He started posting threats and stuff like that. And
Well,
that's
He
the
cornered
pitch data. He
himself.
couldn't provide a pitch data that shows that the airplane is actually nosing down,
of course you can.
and he lost it. He lost it at that moment, and then
Well,
Wow.
everything went downhill from there.
That's crazy. So he backed himself into a corner and then he lost his mind over it.
Yeah,
That's like a
yeah,
classic move.
yeah.
also something that I believe they're motivated by hatred. It's not by
Yes,
reasoning.
yes,
They have a very big amount of hatred. They're at war with us, like
yes.
big time. And never forget that they're at war with everything that's natural, that's sane, that's normal,
That's
and this
good,
is that's good. They
healthy.
are exactly they're at war against all those things. So these people are like
Yeah, bro.
monsters. Actually, that we have to never forget that. Never be fooled
hey,
by.
welcome back, Ironwork Vlad. He said he lost the signal for a minute, but I don't know if he wants to speak anymore on the panel. But was
Oh, here he is. Oh
Hey,
boy,
man,
Uh,
what's going on?
we got a good panel here. We're making history, boys. History.
hello,
Yeah,
shout out to
guys,
Ironworks and
yeah, I appreciate you, Eddie. Eddie, man, I wanted to ask you, um, did he threaten, like, since you have those screenshots, have you shown them to him, Wolfie? Have you shown them, like, hey, man, what is this nonsense? Like, what's wrong with you? Have you, like, given them back to him? Like, talk to us about that.
yeah, okay. That was back. You see, I have come a long way with this guy since I think 2017. He started commenting on my videos, and I was friendly, Say, okay, you can comment as long as back and forth. It was all right. And after I challenged him on his claim that he had to adjust for the spinning ball earth, under the airplanes, and then he got mad and he started posting videos, and then that was back in 2020. And I saved the screenshot. So I had a live stream about a year ago, and where I showed all the screenshots. And he hasn't gotten back to me ever since, but I still have it, and I plan to make a video this week and display again.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
he just said stuff like, oh, I'm gonna pay you a visit when you visit, because you see, the Australia
Oh,
is under the
funny.
Commonwealth, like
Yeah,
Canada, New Zealand, Australia. So if
yep,
you are in one country, he can come after you under the Commonwealth law. But I'm not. I live in Japan. So
yep.
he says like, I'm waiting until you are under Commonwealth law, and then I'm gonna get you,
Oh,
stuff like
Yeah.
boy.
that. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
See,
man. I mean,
Well, don't you know? Don't
he's,
you know any Yakuza, flat earther Yakuza in Japan?
I'm waiting for him to come to Japan.
you know,
Hey,
that's
he's all
dangerous.
talk
That's
though.
he's playing. He is. That's dangerous what he's doing. Notice how he wouldn't do
Yeah,
that to an American. If he tried that, said,
right.
"Hey, I'm going to pay you a visit in the U.S." He's playing a very dangerous game, man. Because
Oh yeah.
out here we pack heat. We don't play games like that. We pack heat. And if you make
Yeah.
those,
Damn
if you
right.
make such, if you make such strong, assertions like this is what you're going to do, like you better be real with it. You better come with it, and you better be
Yes.
ready.
Yeah, because
Because if you're not,
that's
man,
gonna
you might
be
get
attached
something.
to a police report. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
Yes,
don't know if you're
It
yes,
is.
allowed to
you
just tell somebody I'm going to pay you a visit and just walk away thinking
yeah,
you're okay. If this guy wants to do something, he might be
exactly.
able to.
That's not
Mhm.
good, man.
Well,
And especially if he's got a family or something, you can't be making jokes like that.
Nah, nah,
Hey, and
family or
I
not,
don't
bro.
know the
That's
dude
like,
we're talking about. It's the guy in the video on the right.
yeah, the
Yeah,
Yeah.
pilot.
Okay, okay. Well,
not good, man.
now the word's out, man. We know this guy is a fake, fraud, threatening people, nobody, lying ass,
so
whatever.
But
you
You
know,
fill in the
who
blank.
ought
And
to
that's
find
what we
out.
said. Yeah.
I hope Duffy knows about this little scenario, Eddie.
well,
I
Hmm.
don't know if he knows, since he told he just came
or if he cares.
on the scene of Flat Earth into 2021. That was
Uh,
back in 2020, 2019, 2020. And
all
but
right.
I'm gonna display the screenshots probably
But
this week. I'm gonna make a separate
but
video about it.
but Eddie, I
Cool.
tell you
Yeah.
something. People that threaten you, that make threats. Usually they don't do
Yep.
shit. Real people
Well,
Yeah.
we need
that are
either
Exactly.
way.
dangerous.
We need to
They
put the
don't
word out. Either
they
way,
don't do
Yeah,
either
shit.
way. If we're gonna be an alliance, bro, and I'm associated with you guys at all, I'm putting the word out. If I hear something like that, this dude's got a target on his fucking back now. In
Well,
my
I tell you,
eyes.
Yeah.
well,
I'm not going to start nothing, but Wolfie, man, hey,
Which
you could come
right,
pay
I'm
us a
not
visit here in
threatening.
America. Why don't you come
Yeah.
pay us a visit here in America, man? Watch what happens.
Mm-mm-mm.
You got
I
a
wouldn't even
pilot's
go that
license,
far.
man. Wolfie, you got a pilot's license. Come fly on out here to America, bro. Let's see what's going on, man. Let's see all that piss and vinegar that you're full of, man. Bring it over here.
Yeah, that
Why don't you fly
jazz.
Right?
your ass,
Oh, jazz
We
your
could
fingers.
set
ass,
up UFC over here
yeah,
somewhere.
fly your ass right
Backyard
here to
brawl.
America, man. Yeah, please.
Yeah, we
Bring
can
your
have a
ass here
long
with that
talk.
bullshit.
Hey, we can talk
Yeah.
about it. Yeah. Yeah.
I need one of them visits, man, that you're talking about. I need one of them visits. So bring that
yeah.
shit over here, please.
Hey,
yeah.
hey, Wolfie. Hey, what we like to do instead of running our mouth is put on the gloves, baby.
Yeah. Try that shit. Just try that.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's not good, man. Because if you're having a serious debate about the stuff, with all jokes aside, if you're having a serious debate about it, and then you're having a serious debate about it, let the chips fall where they may. You can't be making threats
Yep.
on people's lives. And now, once you start making threats on people's lives, it changes the vibration, and now we have to call you out as a criminal, man. That's some crime shit. It's criminal behavior at this point. So I'm gonna leave that there where that is.
Words well spoken, fellas. I don't have anything against the guy, but hey, don't threaten people, man. That's on our team. Don't do it.
It's all good.
One more thing, I want to add. The problem is that these guys, they use their credentials as pilots to spread the globe lie. They are only using his credential in this case to intimidate people and to spread the globe lie. And unfortunately, we have those kind of people who will use their credentials to spread a lie. And
Of course,
that's a classical case right there.
of course, of course.
Yeah. Hey,
It's
and you know what
unfortunate
though?
because
I've ran across way too many people that wave their credentials around that get smoked in debates. Smoked,
yeah,
rolled
yeah.
up and
And,
smoked.
Yeah.
but you want to know something? You want to know whether you win a debate that you're because you're a flat earther, or you lose a debate terribly because you're a flat earther. Here's the thing: is if you just provide the truth, there's no debate. There's no debating the truth. So, like to me, at some point, the debates are absolutely useless. And
Yeah.
unless you're looking for the truth, the debates serve no purpose because we all know it.
Yeah.
Those of us that know what the truth is, we know what the truth is, right? I think those are
Exactly.
like a big old smoke
Yeah.
screen, and so at some
Well
point
spoken.
we just need to leave those guys with their debate. Let them
Yeah.
debate themselves, but we know what it is, right?
Yeah,
It's
we've
And
seen
it's
over
now
the
at this
years.
point,
Yeah. We
yeah,
we noticed.
because everything is like a sleight of hand almost. Like they're trying to use these tricky words to make us say, "Oh, well, you said this, so then what?" All right, maybe I messed up on a few words. It doesn't mean that it's going to curve at some point. It's like, no,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to
Or
say
they
my
or
well,
they
piece.
like to they like to
Right,
rephrase the same thing and repackage it in different ways. But it's
right.
still the same, right?
that's why
Yeah, it
that's why
doesn't matter.
I
Yeah,
was
it doesn't
I was
matter
mentioning
because
that.
at some point, it's like, look, at some point, you're going to have to take your ass to the beach. At some point, you're going to have to talk to these pilots. At some point, you're going to have to make sure the rubber meets the road. Compare your quote unquote data to what the real life is giving you. And then you're going to have to see if these things meet. And if they don't meet, you're going to have to concede. Right? And all we're doing is giving the truth, man. At the end of the day, we're just giving it like it is. That's it.
You know what I think? You know what I think? I believe that it's possible that these guys are just trying to pull us into those fake debates there. They just want to attract our attention into these fake debates in order for us not to concentrate, not to converge into a different direction, not to get stronger,
Yes.
not maybe to do something else, something more constructive. So they pull us into those fake arguments, those fake debates there, just to keep us busy, to deviate us from what we should be talking about or just thinking
It's
about.
Right.
to be
Focused on.
aggravating.
Yeah.
Yeah, of
Mhm.
course.
Yeah.
This is toxic. It's a toxic debate.
It is, man. It's just,
But
Yeah,
it's important
by now, even
It's
Globers should realize that it's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to further the conversation if you're
well,
always looking, 8 to 10 years back in
that's the
those
point.
same conversations. It's
That's the
yeah,
nothing
point.
bro.
new,
But
right?
that's the point. The point for them
Different.
is that we don't go nowhere. To bring us into a parking lot, in order for us not to go nowhere. That's the point.
nope,
That's the point of the lie. The lie doesn't lead you nowhere. Just makes you go in circles
nope.
and just self-destruct.
Yeah,
That's what
guys.
it
The thing
does.
They
is,
waste.
the thing is, this Globy pilot has dedicated a lot of time and effort against flat Earth. This is the thing. If there's any
Yeah.
Globy pilot dedicated to be an anti-flat earther, is this guy on the screen now meeting with this
Mhm.
another clown, guys. So yeah, this is the thing. I don't think so. We can go in the whole video today, right? We are almost 4 hours.
Yeah.
Like our time limits is like almost there. For
What do
sure.
you want to end with, Vika? What do you want to speak on before I go? I'll be the first to go. I've got a couple things. I'm kind of tired too, so if you want,
Go
if
ahead.
you'll
Go ahead.
allow me to go, I would just say this. You know, I'm gonna try my best. Whether I succeed or not isn't the point, but I'm gonna try my best to get what I've learned over the past couple of years to the people who are willing and ready, because you have to be ready, to get the truth and to hold the truth, and then give the truth back freely without wanting anything, right, in return. So I just wanted to say that, and if you don't mind, I'll close with a short prayer, Vika.
Oh yeah, bro. Don't ask. Go ahead.
Okay. Creator, Father of all, Father, the throne that's right above us, Father, that's so close, Creator, Father, that has no doubts, right, of His creation and what He's given us freely, how He created things, what the vibration, the frequencies are, what is meant by love, right? The love that He gives us has to be transformative and spoken the same way He spoke, right? So I just want to say, Father, thank you for gathering us gentlemen here together tonight and allowing us to open people's eyes, hopefully, on the other end. And Father, just keep us strengthened and and allow us to stay on that narrow path. And in the end, we will get the reward. Father, I pray these things in your Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Alrighty.
Thank you,
Alrighty,
brother.
brother.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. So yes,
That was nice,
anyone?
RG. Thank you.
Oh yeah, RG. See you
Yes,
later,
sir. Yes,
bro.
sir. And also I'm on X most of the time. There's a lot of things that we speak about here that are on there. It's just under at Russell G 711, and it's RG the artist. You'll see me on there. I got sunglasses on, but yeah, check me out on there. And it's nothing but good things. It's nothing but arguments that can strengthen our position, and it's truth. So there you go. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Oh yeah,
All right,
RG.
bro.
Absolutely, bro. Thanks for
Have a good
passing
week,
by.
brother.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Oh yeah. Who wants to?
Hi. Hey, I'm gonna go next, Vika. I'm sorry for coming in on the show so late, but our time zones are really messed up, and I had a rough Sunday. But anyway, it was a pleasure for me to stay here with Ironworks, RG, Gene, my brother, long time, and Sam. We should get together soon. And you, Vika. I got my bracelets, Vika. Thank you so much. And
Oh yeah. Thanks to you, brother. Thanks to you. Yep. I'll write
yeah,
you in the route.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Shout out to you, brother, for the support.
Appreciate
Really
you.
appreciate. Planet Banjo has always been a supporter. We have worked together for lots of amazing projects. So yeah, brother, it was great to have you. Anytime we will try to see if we will try to continue this next week, and maybe if you join in, we'll try to extend a little bit more uh, for sure for next week. And
okay.
absolutely, thank you, brother.
All right. Thank you all.
Indeed.
Thank you, DJ Newborn. I'm going to enjoy this song right now. God bless you all. See you sometime soon. Bye bye.
Good to see you,
Bye,
Eddie.
Peace,
Take
Eddie.
bye,
care,
bro.
brother.
Peace, man.
See you
Good to
soon.
see you, man.
Good to see you too.
Eddie Allen Call, ladies and gentlemen, author of
You know what I'm
16
saying?
emergency landings that prove the Earth is flat. He was in Flatten the
Yes.
Curve and the Mechanical Realm.
Mechanical
He's got
realm.
Flat
Yup.
Earth Banjo on YouTube. Oh, Eddie's fantastic. It was good to see him, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for stopping
Yeah.
by, Eddie.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Is Eddie gonna have his show tonight?
Oh
No,
yeah,
it
for
doesn't.
sure.
No, it doesn't have. It doesn't have any. He told me he wasn't going to
Okay.
play tonight. That's why he came in. It doesn't
Oh
have.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
We have
Okay.
spoke that he's gonna be passing by, and then and I just thought of him, and he
Okay.
was in the comments. So yeah, for sure. If he joins us next week, maybe we try to extend a bit more the time. But yeah, for
Right.
today
Right.
we are good enough because we are even half. No, we are almost half the way shedding these clowns because they don't have anything for sure for the
Nope.
next half two.
Nope.
Hey guys, I'm gonna drop down to listener and give everybody some space. But peace out, much love, and good night.
See you,
All right,
RG.
good night, Art. Peace,
Later,
bro.
bro.
Oh yeah. So
Yeah.
yep.
All right.
So
All
yeah,
right.
and
Like,
shout
I
out.
guess I'll go. Oh, my
Oh yeah,
bad. Go
before
ahead.
you just
Go ahead,
go,
Pete.
yeah, just one thing before, brother. So yeah, shout out to also RG and also to Flat Earth Banjo for buying those bracelet, guys. If you want one, the link is in the description. I'm gonna share again here in the chat. You can find our Kofi, and you can even find Jean's Kofi there if you guys want to order a frame of the moon or something like that. So, guys, yep, do that. Hit that like button, and yes, Iron Rock, bro, Vlad, go ahead.
All right, bro. Appreciate it. Well, Vika, again, wonderful show tonight. Thank you for having me on the panel. And the panel is always fire as usual every weekend. And every weekend that I could be with you guys and we could discuss the truth, man, it's a blessing to me, and it's a blessing to the rest of the community. So I'm very happy to be here every weekend, and I look forward to a lot more. And of course, I think the chat is integral to making all of this possible. The chat, I don't think, gets enough praise. So shout out to the chat because you guys are fire as well, and you keep this flat plane ever so flat and interesting. So definitely a shout out to y'all. I might be doing something tonight, don't know yet, but if I do, you'll see it drop. But definitely don't forget, before tonight concludes, if you hadn't, make sure you hit a thumb. Also, a thumb up. Also, make sure you subscribe to Vika's channel. Make sure you subscribe to Sam's channel, Flat Earth Reconnaissance, and check me out as well. You know, you ain't got a sub, but give me a shout out too. And again, don't forget to sub. Don't forget to like. That's all I got. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, bro, absolutely. Always awesome to have your input. And yeah, brother, if you guys want to continue the party, you know where to go, right?
the after.
Alrighty, bro.
Yeah, good to see you, Vlad. Thanks, bro.
Yeah. I'm gonna say a few words. And just like like I said before, it's just like coming in and spending like a few hours like this at nighttime, listening to you, talking with you. It's like if I found like a chest, full of diamonds, just like I told you last time. I feel like the fucking Count of Monte Cristo. I found a chest full of diamonds, a war chest. So it's a pleasure to be here all the time. It's like we learn a lot, even about things that I never thought about before and everything. So it's always rich. It's always like there's always something to learn, and this is great. So I love it. So I keep on coming in as much as I can. That's it.
Oh yeah, brother Sam. Absolutely, your inputs are also important and amazing for this conversation to go. Yeah, we all, as I said, we all are learning together and listening and to each other and sharing those thoughts, and that's how it goes, right? We feel that it resonates. That's why we could go deeper, right? The more questions arise. So this is the quest for the truth is the thirst for the truth is never ending, right?
Yep.
So absolutely, brother. Gene.
Shoots, man.
Really glad I made it today. It's always great to be part of these conversations with you guys, man. It really is. I do wish they would go longer and more often. I always look forward to Sundays here, and definitely glad I made it. I love how this conversation went. It would be great to continue something like this next week. Finish up, retouch on a couple of areas, and I wanted to say to RG before that about the guide stones being moved. That could be some sort of signal, right? How would we know? And if they do, the Catholics, a lot of people spend a lot of time looking at the sky, and the Bible says for signs and symbols and seasons. So it's all kind of very a great mystery to unwrap with all you guys, you know. So I'm definitely looking forward to next week, bro. No matter what we do, it'll be good. It was great to see Eddie too, man, bro. I haven't heard his voice live in age. So
Yeah.
Eddie, thanks for stopping by, bro, and thanks for everybody on the panel. You guys are awesome. And that's how 4 hours goes by like so fast. It's so crazy. It's great. So that alone is interesting to go through time so quick.
Yeah.
Is it's great. I love it. So yeah, guys, have a great weekend.
You too, bro. You too, man.
Yeah, thanks.
So we'll see each other next time.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. And the amazing people in the chat too, right?
Yeah.
So the time just flies.
Yes.
Absolutely. Oh, I wish we could go for more hours, but for me it's too late. Right, same way. For Eddie, it's like a couple of hour difference too, so that's why we couldn't. Eddie used to be a frequent panelist here, right? So yeah, even if he could join us sometime, that would also be amazing. But yeah, so there
And
you have it, people.
he also does something early in the morning tomorrow or today, whatever it is for him. So it makes it even harder.
Well, here's
Oh,
4
yeah.
p.m. Here's 4 a.m. and I believe it's like 10 a.m. in Japan, like 6 hours ahead of me.
Oh yeah, for me it's 3 a.m. already. So
Yeah,
yeah, maybe if we
here's
have
4
to go
a.m.
for more hours, maybe I have to start more early. But yeah, we see, guys. We see. So there you have it for this week, everyone. Because we could see we have reached half the way, and we heard these clowns. We were 4 hours here. They don't have nothing. They don't have nothing. They just have toys, and they get excited when they touch the ball. I don't know wherever they're what are they touching, even when they're touching the ball, right? And
Yes.
making up shit with the spirit level, and this is the horizon, and this is the piece data, and
Go check your Telegram. You're gonna see the picture I showed you. The picture I
oh,
sent
for
you.
sure, I'm gonna check it. So yeah, we went
gonna-
into detail. Exactly, we went into detail about what these people don't have, right? Just showing, right? The pitch data is in our favor, right? The application is showing a Google Earth application, right? We are showing how the navigation works, right? Just showing toys and images of globe is not going to prove a globe, right? So, yeah, people, we'll leave it to there for tonight. We will continue this breakdown next week, and we're going to finish it up, and then we're going to put it together again so that the people see that in reality they don't have nothing. Aviation doesn't work on a globe.
The only thing they have is us. That is our time, is our attention. Is without us, they don't exist. They have nothing. That's the
Oh
real.
yeah,
This is the thing.
absolutely,
That's the thing.
absolutely. Oh yeah, but it's also that the people know that it's so easy for these people to fool the majority and the masses, right?
Yes.
This is the thing. You just need a clown show like this to for the people to believe that the Earth could be a globe, right? But when you ask the real question and the real data, then we know what it is, like pure bullshit. So thanks, Sam, Gene,
Thanks to
Ironwork,
you.
Love you, brother.
Planet Banjo, right? And
Take it
everybody
easy.
who tried to join us today. Aloha from Florida. Also, and
Bye.
each and every one of you in the chat. Yep, there we had for tonight. Make sure you guys check us out on the next episode of Heliopsychosis podcast. This is your host, Vikka, Draziv, guys, signing out. Gonna leave you with this song. All right. See you all later.
Take it easy. Bye bye. Gene, bye.
Good night, everybody.
Bye bye.
Bye bye, everyone.
a Draziv with a spark in his veins, creating realms where no rules remain. Mechanical shifts and digital streams, an endless coder of boundless dreams. He built the mechanical realm, chasing truth in the neon light. Flatten the curve, uncover the codes, a seeker of paths where no one goes. He weaves his tale in cyberspace where secrets prevail. Digital trails that light the way, a mind so sharp it carves the gray. He builds the mechanical realm, chasing truth in the neon light. Flatten the curve, uncover the codes, a seeker of paths where no one goes. Circuits hum and the future ignites. Through his lens, the unseen takes flight. A craftsman of worlds, a guide to the maze. With every step